we should be live now, Your Worship.
Thank you, Chris. All right, Council, it's 5 p.m. and I will call the Council meeting for May 31st, 2021 to order. And before I read the land acknowledgement, I would like to advise our residents that the town has lowered flags at Town Hall to half staff in recognition of the horrific discovery of the unmarked buried remains of 215 children at the site of a former residential school in Kamloops, BC. This unthinkable loss is a stark reminder of the history and impacts of the residential schools on the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people of Canada. The town also has arranged for a memorial over at the Awan Gathering Circle. Over 215 flowers were placed at the circle this afternoon in recognition, remembrance, and respect for those 215 children. Jillian Morris, an Indigenous advisor and member of the Unity Collective, did conduct a personal ceremony of respect at the Awan Gathering Place at 2 o'clock this afternoon. There is a sign there now and the flowers remain there. And the sign reads, 215 flowers for 215 lives. Children found buried in a mass grave outside of the Kamloops Indian Residential School in First Nation territory. The rest of the flowers are for those who are yet to be found. Today, we acknowledge that Collingwood is located on the traditional territory of the Indigenous peoples of Turtle Island, including the traditional lands of the Anishinaabek, the Haudenosaunee, and Ojibwe peoples, and on lands connected with the Lake Simcoe and Ottawasaga Treaty of 1818. This is the home of a diverse range of Indigenous people who we recognize as contemporary stewards of the land and vital contributors to our society. And I will look for a motion to adopt the agenda, and the motion reads as follows: that the content of the council agenda for May 31, 2021 be adopted as amended. And there are 3 additional items. In the consent agenda, item added 6.4, Collingwood Climate Action Team proposed traffic calming policy. Item 2, proposal and presentation update. 7.1, Joint Police Services Board special meeting, Collingwood and Town of the Blue Mountains minutes, May 13, 2021. And 3, motion updated 10.2, road management action on invasive Phragmites. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor Hamlin and Councillor Berman, all in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Declarations of pecuniary interest. Are there any declarations, Council? Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. In the in-camera portion of our meeting this evening, I have a conflict under 4.1 with respect to the Culbert Estate, as I am a director on a board of directors of one of the principals in that matter.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Duly noted. Any other conflicts? Seeing none, if you find yourself in that situation as we move through the agenda, please let us know. Adoption of minutes. We have a number of minutes from the last meeting. So it's the regular council meeting of May 17 and the special meeting held May 19. And the resolution reads that the minutes of the council meeting held May 17, 2021, and the special meeting of council, which was the cultural awareness training held May 19, 2021, be approved as presented. And before I call a vote, well, I need a mover and seconder, please. Councillor Doherty and the Deputy Mayor, are there any errors or omissions, Council? Seeing none, I will call the vote then. All in favor? Is carried unanimously. Thank you. And is there any business arising from the previous minutes, Council? Yes, Councillor McLeod.
Thank you. Further to our special council meeting that was held on May the 19th, I note in the minutes that there were 2 members of this council who were unavailable for that special cultural training. And I've confirmed this morning with the acting executive director, Dean Culver, that a recording of the training is available for staff and also for our council members who were unable to attend. And so I would encourage, I enjoyed and learned a lot from that training, and I would encourage both councillors Comey and Councillor Madigan, who were not at that meeting, to avail themselves of the recording if possible.
Thank you for that, Councilor McLeod. I'm just going to look to the clerk because it was an in-camera session, and in-camera recordings are only accessible under very certain circumstances. Are we permitted to make that recording available for those council members that could not attend?
Certainly, Your Worship. It was noted in our in-camera agenda that it would be available for future training purposes for staff as well as any member of council. But that would be the only reasons that it could be disclosed.
Okay, very good. So that is available then, and would highly recommend it. Community announcements. Before we go around the table, I will start off with our updates from staff. 5.1, Director Slama on the water capacity, and 5.2, Director Farr on the land use planning study.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could you call up the presentation, please? So I just want to provide our weekly update on the water capacity and land use planning policy update. Next slide, please. So this was the resolution that was brought forward by Councillor MacLeod, and it just outlines what is staff have been asked to provide an update for or on with each week. So we'll be presenting that our update on that information today. Next slide, please. This is just our slide about our situation today, that we do have some water that is available for future growth, but we've implemented the interim control bylaw to complete the land use policy study so that we can allocate the water in a transparent and fair way. And this is one of our staff's highest priorities today. Next slide, please. So looking specifically at some of the water-related items. Next slide, please. What we have accomplished since our last update, which was actually 2 weeks ago on May 17th, the request for proposals for the engineering consultants for the design was issued, and that closes on June the 10th. We've been working on the staff report, which will be presented later on in this meeting, which looks at the option of constructing the UV disinfection in the current plant as a separate contract. We've looking at procuring the third-party expert review of our chlorine dosing confirmation. And in progress, we're expecting some further information from the local engineering experts on additional capacity options, some communication from New Tecumseh regarding opportunities for reduced supply, and to help initiate or to help receive those comments, we have drafted letters specifically asking for a response from those from both municipalities actually. And scheduling the meeting with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. We're just finalizing our June date. And we do have some correspondence that we need to provide New Tecumseh regarding our water supply agreement. So moving all those steps forward. Next slide, please. One question that came forward on the Engage platform was respect to conservation and an enforcement strategy on the outdoor watering. And I just wanted to provide some information that our current water bylaw does speak to outdoor watering, and there are some restrictions. People are only to water every other day, and that includes condominium corporations. We did that. Our water bylaw is enforced by our bylaw department, and the water department also reviews some random irrigation accounts just to see how often they're watering. We did that for the last couple of summers. So the intention is to do that again this year and make sure that they're following our policy. And there was a note about encouraging zero scaping. So we don't have anything that specifically encourages zero scaping, but that certainly is something that we would like to see in town as it uses less water. Overall, we can also provide the comment that while conservation measures would help and would provide us some additional water, it isn't going to be enough to look at the kind of supply that we're looking at when we look at meeting future development demands that are in the development queue. Next slide, please. So we've changed our representation of our timeline and our tasks here. So open to comments on this design, and if it helps better reflect, we've included a few more task items. And because of the number of tasks, our illustration here isn't representative of the time in between each task. So you do need to look at the oval to represent when certain tasks are going to occur. But basically this is just taking us from the RFP for the water treatment plant expansion and taking it to commissioning of the new plant, which we hope to be in the winter of 2025-26. On the right-hand side, we do have a few other tasks that we've included, and that is our discussions with our municipalities that we supply water to in the ministry regarding the reduced supply, and that we might see, if we're successful with those discussions, we'll see implementation of a reduced supply before the winter of 21-22, and also the finalization of the new tech agreement. And because that isn't necessarily dependent on any of the steps related to the water treatment plant expansion, we haven't, we don't see a link between that task. The dark blue represents tasks that are completed. So we've just got the finalization of the RFP, and in a few weeks, we'll see the next block colored the darker blue when the RFP closes. Next slide, please. There was a question that came forward about how is the water treatment plant expansion being funded? And so some information was provided by Treasurer Quinlan. So when we look at the development charges background study and the inclusion of the expansion in that study, the cost for the expansion was estimated at 50 million at that time. And we note that that is subject to change when we actually close the construction tender, which won't be for a couple of years. But it does look at just over 41 million being contributed from New Tecumseh and 8 million from the town of Collingwood's development charges and 1 million from the existing water reserves as benefit to existing users. And the treasurer reports that the current balance of the water DC reserve fund is just over 5 million, and the existing water reserve fund is a balance of 11.8. And that financing may include a combination of these reserve funds and internal borrowing and external debentures if required. Next slide, please. When we look at remaining water supply capacity as of April 26th, where there was a small change in the ICBL, the remaining water supply is equivalent to 1,091 single detached units, or 988 cubic meters a day, with of winter flows being the constraints. Next slide, please. I think the next slide is, I'll pass it over to Director Farr.
Thank you, Director Slama. I think before we move on, we'll just open the floor to questions from council on the water capacity issues. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So through to Peggy, I'm wondering if we're working at all in terms of incentivizing industrial users to switch the water they use. This question was actually received from a resident. And I think if I read the information correctly, this could have an impact of 1,146 SDUs of single detached housing. So are we planning on making or had made any headway in terms of that avenue?
Director Slama?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jeffrey. So incentivizing in the sense of just encouraging them to use less water or to use our industrial raw water supply?
The latter.
Yeah.
The raw water?
Yes.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. Yes, so we haven't specifically looked at incentivizing new users who to connect to that raw water supply. Currently, we just have a few industries that use that supply. In a couple of years ago, there was one that did use the raw water supply, and they made the choice to switch to the potable supply. And we have had a lot of discussion with them about what we could do to help have them switch back. Unfortunately for them and their processes, just how they were using the raw water and their own processes and what they needed to do to make it usable, it wasn't cost effective for them anymore. And at this point of time, and I have spoken with them recently, they're not interested in switching back. So to look at incentivizing other industrial users, we would be looking to have probably new users connect to that line. And maybe there is a possibility for that, but the line, it doesn't extend everywhere. Like, it only extends to certain areas. So our opportunities are limited for that.
Through you, Mayor Saunders. So thank you. So it's on our radar at least. So that is good. The other question I received was in terms of the chlorination, it can be adjusted seasonally, correct, to minimize the chlorine levels. We only use it during the cold, the upper levels during the cold water temperatures. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Director Slama?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jeffrey, that is correct. We would only be increasing the chlorine in the winter during the cold water conditions as dictated by the actual conditions when we needed to.
Thank you just for clarifying that for them. It's the answer I gave, but I just wanted to make sure I was correct. And then finally, Mayor Saunderson, in terms of the other question I received, our calculations are based on a single dwelling unit of an average use of 0.75 cubic meters per day. They actually looked at their own usage as a household of 2 and came up with 0.331 cubic meters per day. And so I guess it led me to an additional question: is the safety percentage within that 0.75, and are we being really cautious by using that 0.75 or the data that we have to back that up? And I may have looked at it, but they asked me the question and I just thought it'd be better coming from the experts as to what the answer to that was.
Director Slama?
Through the mayor, so certainly what we use for that calculation of the single dwelling unit is an averaged estimation. So there is an estimation of how much each person will use. That's where it starts. And then we also estimate the number of people in a home, a single dwelling unit, or in a townhouse or an apartment. So there is a certain level of conservative conservative considerations in there, but when we look at our new average per capita demand was developed through our master servicing plan, And we did look at historical information to come to that numbers. So we're pretty comfortable with what we have proposed, because we do need to be mindful that, as I think I have mentioned before, we have a unique demographic in Collingwood where we potentially do have a lot of people that are not full-time, or we see greater increase on the weekends. But when we determine numbers like that, we are averaging over a full year. So, we're a little bit cautious that we don't want to go to exactly our historical levels. But what I can tell you is, through the master servicing plan, we did look at our past historical demands, and we have presented an average per capita demand that is much lower than it was, and is fairly representative of what we see in our community.
Okay, thank you for that. And then this was supposed to be my final one is, oh Lord, it went right out of my head.
You can come back if you'd like.
Yeah, we'll have to. I'll ask it at the end.
Okay. Councillor McLeod.
Happens to the best of us. And I'm looking at my EPCOR bill just for your edification, Councillor Jeffrey, and I noticed that I'm 0.32, and there are 2 of us in this household. So yes, I don't always like being below average, but I think this is one of those times when it's good. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Slama. On one of the slides that you just provided, the discussion was about new tech and staff to reply. And I'm assuming this is regarding the water supply agreement that is not extant currently. We passed the interim control bylaw on April the 26th. We are now at May the 31st. How many conversations have our staff had with New Tech's staff on this topic?
Director Slama.
Through the mayor, in speaking to Councillor McLeod, I would say we probably had a couple of phone conversations and some email exchanges and with New Tecumseh since the passing of the interim control bylaw. And it's one step that we're working on and working towards, is just, we have had some staff reports that we needed to work on that were brought forward after April 26th as well. So we're working through all these steps as quickly as we can.
Thank you. So yeah, supplemental, please. So has there been a meeting between our CAO and New Tecumseh's CAO? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
CAO Skinner.
Yes, I have met with CAO Parkin to talk about this, and so we have talked about it. We have concentrated our work in the last while. I just wanted to talk a little bit about your previous question as well. We very much wanted to get the RFP out so that we could drive toward the having the new plant ready. And we very much wanted to make sure that all of our calculations were refined and we had consistent information between all the departments, including planning, building, engineering, and environmental services, as well as working very hard with the local engineering community and a bit with the local development community lately. So we have prioritized a few of those pieces above finalizing the agreement, for example, with New Tech, not because it's not important, but it's just not as firmly on the critical path to get us past this situation. So excellent questions, but I just wanted to provide a little bit more context and say that I have been in contact with Mr. Parkin.
Thank you. And supplemental, Mr. Mayor, are the conversations that you have had, even in these preliminary ones, is there a percentage of them that is also about the water treatment plant? And there seems to be a pretty clear number on these slides, 40, oh, I've forgotten it already, 47 point something million that New Tech is going to be contributing to the construction. Has that Is that been part of the conversation that you have had so far, CEO Skinner? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Sonia.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor McLeod. I have not talked with Mr. Parkin about the 40 some million as a particular number. It hadn't been an issue that was raised by New Tech or Collingwood as something that we hadn't yet confirmed agreement on. Certainly could make sure that we do talk about that. The item that was of most interest immediately was a recent Hemson study that's on Director Slama's slides that talks about the cost per unit of water going forward, which was the immediate item that we needed to agree on. And there were some final items on the clauses of the contract moving forward into construction, which were about the amount of securities that would be provided by New Tech, because knowing that they're responsible for over 40 million of a $50 to $60 million contract, we wanted to make sure that once we awarded that contract and had the construction contractor on board, that we had a strong agreement on the security. So we were more talking about those two items rather than the sum total so far. Thank you.
I think the number was 41.7 million.
Thank you. And just one other supplemental, please, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Slama. I noticed that what it appears now that we cannot expect a ribbon cutting at this new water treatment plant until the spring of 2026 now. Because my understanding how the calendar works is that winter ends on March the 21st and spring. So if it's winter of 25 into winter of 26, that could be March. Is that what we're thinking?
Director Slama.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor McLeod. Sorry. So we have presented in the RFP the desire to have the new plant commissioned at the end of 2025. And so, because winter starts December 21st, we did say, winter 2025/26. We have already heard from some of the proponents that will be submitting bids. The schedule is aggressive, and we acknowledge that, and we have reiterated that we're looking to them for their proposals on how the project can be moved along as quickly as possible. So we're sticking with that. I stuck on that graph with the presentation of the commissioning of the plant in winter 25/26, and we'll need to see what the proposals that come in and the proposal that we award before, and have the project move along in some of the steps before we can update and revise that date.
Sir.
Yeah, so when we as a council get asked questions about when we will have additional capacity, should we now be telling the people who ask us these questions 2026 instead of 2025?
Director.
So I think through the mayor, I think we need to have our answers from the proposals before we can really answer that question accurately.
Thank you.
Councillor Jeffrey. Did it come back to you? Okay, and I see CEO Skinner has her hand up to continue, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did want to add, we hear loud and clear from council, and we've been trying very hard, and Director Slama's put a couple of innovative things in the design contract that we really want to have the plant delivered by the end of 2025. As we enter that winter period, that we'll have the new plant. But I do want to just to mention how much we're committed to that. But we still do need to wait until we get a couple of steps through the design with the new consultant that we'll hire to confirm the dates, as I mentioned to Director Slama had mentioned. But I would still tell the public we're targeting the end of 2025. And that's certainly where we're targeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Councillor McLeod asked my question.
That was
It
very
was the date.
convenient.
I
Yes.
was having angst about the new date.
Okay. Councillor, are there any other questions on the public works end of this? Go ahead, Councillor CEO Skinner.
I noticed that we do have Treasurer Quinlan on the line, and she may have some information about the amount of funding that's been put aside by New Tecumseh that's related to Councillor McLeod's question, if you'd like to hear that at this point.
Certainly. Go ahead, Treasurer.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So similar to what's in our DC study or our development charge background study, New Tech also has that contribution included in their development charge study. I think right now their amount is a little bit more updated than ours because I believe their background study is a little bit newer, and I could be wrong on that, but it's around 51 million that they've included in their own study. So I don't think the discussions with New Tech at this point, although it may be to finalize what that benefit percentage would be for them, the discussions right now are more about confirming our memorandum of understanding and the water supply that we do today, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Councillor McLeod? No. Okay. Thank you, Treasurer. So then we'll move on to Director Farr. Go ahead, Adam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wait for the presentation to come up. I can start without the presentation. Oh, here we go. Next slide, please. So yeah, we've just interviewed our shortlisted planning consultants where we've been confirming the project scope, and we would expect to select one of our candidates by the end of the week. So we prepared, obviously, the staff report that was considered earlier during the Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting, dealing with exemptions and proposed receipt and process for evaluating exemption requests. The related exemption requests that we'd received to date had been appended to that staff report. And just for anybody that's attending the council meeting here digitally, that report is CAO 2021-07. It's available through a hyperlink on the agenda for the Strategic Initiatives Committee, which can be found, a meeting which can be found on the town website. And the meeting that preceded this council meeting was that Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting. So I would encourage anyone with an interest to review that report. And since we're talking about it now, the highlights are that a couple of projects were recommended for exemption. And then the list of people who had submitted exemption requests to date was appended. The report recommends that information be collected from everyone that's seeking to file an exemption request. The town staff will contact them. The people will supply the required information, and they have to have that in by June 18th. The request will then be evaluated in time for the July cycle of council. The report also contemplates some criteria for evaluating those exemption requests. Applying for an exemption request doesn't confer any allocation. The main focus of assessing the impact of the shortage in water system capacity is the land use planning policy study. And that's the study that we're hiring the planning consultant for. And in a moment, I can tell you a little more information on that. Next slide, please. So there was a request for information about building permits, stats, and our chief building official has provided the following information. As of May 27th in 2021, 401 building permit applications have been received. 293 building permits have been issued. 98 dwelling permits have been issued, and 21 occupancy permits have been issued. Next slide, please. So this is the revised timeline. The intent is that when the land use planning policy study consultant comes on, that a detailed program will be laid out here with different milestones. That's certainly how we've been engaging with the consultants and reviewing their proposals. So you can see that the first two boxes are filled in, and the second one almost complete, which means we're close to the decision and selecting that consultant. And as has been reported throughout our different reports to council and commentary, getting this land use planning policy started and worked through the scope that is generally set out in report P 2021-12. That's the report that recommended the passing of the interim control bylaw, initiation of the land use planning study. Getting through that exercise and the outcome with any recommended measures or tools is a high priority for the town in order to equip itself with best practices and information and measures such that the town is able to deal with the impact of the water servicing shortage on the development approvals framework and community's ability to achieve a kind of complete community concept. So in future editions of this, you're likely to see more detail and more refined detail. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Farr. Council, questions or comments for Director Farr on his presentation? Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Director Farr. Thank you for this update. Just one comment that I'll make. We call this exercise land use planning study. And that seems to be a misunderstood or not understood term in some circles. In fact, one of our deputants earlier this afternoon indicated that he could already predict the outcome. Would it not be, or at least in my view, it would be, I think, prudent to water allocation framework, because in truth, that's what
Councillor
it
Doherty,
is.
we're just you froze mid-sentence there, so maybe just get you to back up when you after you said it would be prudent.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That it would be prudent to also refer to this study as a water allocation framework, because indeed this is a lot of what the study will accomplish, and in fact the reason for it.
Director Farr.
So there's two parts to the response. The reason that the study is titled the way it is that it's reflecting conformity with the related section of the Planning Act, Section 38, that deals with an interim control bylaw. And that section of the Planning Act uses that terminology. It's also important to distinguish any efforts to achieve increase in servicing capacity technical engineering efforts from the impact of the servicing shortage on the approvals framework. That it's the latter that's being studied through the land use planning policy study, and it's an important distinction to make. So the second part is, should we be talking about this study in terms of an allocation framework? Well, report P 2021-12 was crafted thoughtfully to address all the matters related to scoping and legislation. And it speaks to allocation framework and development approvals processes. It also speaks to the kind of temporal or the timing kind of of the solutions that need to be examined, specifically the immediate term issues that the town faces, and then the short to medium term issues. This will be the period that precedes the additional capacity coming on at the water treatment plant, and then the longer term where additional capacity is brought forward and what it means for the town. And all that is laid out very, like I said, completely and thoughtfully in the report. So if there are individuals out there who are wondering about either the intent or the scope of the land use planning policy study, I think the appropriate response to them would be to review that report, because it was put together with all of those issues in mind. I think that when you when the town brings on the land use planning policies study consultant, that they will be walking the town through a process, and some people may find different elements of that process or the potential outcomes more or less predictable. However, they are going to be doing a best practices review that addresses the scope that is covered in that report. And I certainly wouldn't want to kind of truncate or like limit the scope of the work that they're doing. However, as I said earlier, the staff have been very specific in indicating the intent, which appears clear with this exercise, to move through it in a kind of workmanlike fashion and get through to the outcomes of the ICBL as a sort of efficiently and effectively as possible. So that may, for some people, suggest certain outcomes, and I think there's been some commentary on that. But that's how I'd respond to people that are interested, because the report, in fact, because I've read it a couple of times because I've heard these comments, does have various different markers in it that are, in my view, are pretty straightforward. And if interested individuals want to read that report, it's quite helpful in getting a sense of where the study is likely to go.
Okay, thank you.
So, well, Councillor Doherty. All right. Are there any other questions, comments, Council? Seeing none, I have one, and it stems a bit from the comments of one of the deputants this morning or this afternoon about the conservation and water efficiency initiatives. And the town of Collingwood, through an FCM grant, has been quite active on that front through the smart sump pump and the rain grid, rain barrels, smart rain barrels. And I also know, in speaking with CBO Miller, that we have a whole pamphlet for potential builders about rainwater harvesting, stormwater harvesting, and sump pump water harvesting. And I understand that about 30% of household usage on average goes to flushing toilets. And so if you can use gray water from stormwater or sump pumps to flush your toilets, you're going to be reducing your load on the town. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity here in all of this to put Collingwood on the map as a leader in water conservation processes. And I'd like staff to leave this with staff moving forward to see if there are ways that we can incent some of our developers. I know that many of the projects that are in the works now are too far forward, but in terms of moving forward, or for solo builders or people building additions, if there's ways for them to look at using a cistern to harvest stormwater, because I think this is an opportunity for us to use this crisis to make Collingwood notable as a leader in water conservation. So I'll leave that with staff, and hopefully we can hear some ideas about that in the future. CAO Skinner.
I thank you for that. I do think that there's some big opportunities for Collingwood. And that hopefully we would have gotten into in any case. And I do think that this is a longer term thing that we'll be into for at least till the end of 2025. And that there'll be some time to work with our developers on opportunities like this. Thank you for bringing it up.
Thank you. Unless there's other questions, thank you, staff, for the updates. And we'll go back to community announcements, and I'll start with you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Tonight, I guess within about an hour and 15 minutes or so, the Montreal Canadiens are in Toronto to play the Toronto Maple Leafs in Game 7. And perhaps not since the gold medal games in Vancouver has there been a game as highly anticipated by as many Canadians. The reason I mention that is that over the weekend, just flipping through social media, to be honest, I came across a post. It's not my post and it's not someone I'm familiar with, but it was shared by somebody I do know. And I'm just going to read it so that I don't misinterpret. The handle is the Burley Chef, and it just states the following. It says, as a white man, I have a complicated relationship with Canadian history, but we had a tragedy where we lost 16 kids a few years ago, and the nation thankfully came to a standstill to mourn. We just found 215 kids in a forgotten grave, and I don't see the same pause. And I mentioned that simply in the context that that was written a couple of days ago. When the incident the gentleman's referring to, of course, was the Humboldt bus tragedy in which 16 athletes were killed and 13 others were injured. And the person is quite right that a good percentage of Canadians, whether they were hockey fans or not, or had a connection to the game, paid tribute to those who were killed. My boys included put hockey sticks out front with green tape. Both of their teams in games following were fully decked out with green tape and green apparel, etc., in recognition of what happened. And when I read that, it made me pause for two reasons. One is that we just had the cultural training on the 19th, and I thank, in particular, Director Culver for putting that together. It was excellent. And I felt really good walking away from that. But when I read this gentleman's post, it reminded me that I think that myself and many others still have miles to go, in the sense that when I heard the news on CBC about the 215 children, I really didn't give it much more pause than what was happening perhaps in the Gaza Strip, or perhaps what was happening nationwide as it relates to vaccine rollout, et cetera. And certainly when I read this and I put it in the context of the fact that I didn't know any of the 16, and I have no connection to anyone that I'm aware of that attended a residential school, it really did hit home. And I'm immensely proud of the staff today for what they were able to achieve in short order. We have all received photos from the Alwyn Gathering Circle. I would hope and encourage residents of Collingwood, when you feel appropriate, to attend the Gathering Circle and maybe pay your respects, as I certainly will. And I would encourage fellow Canadians, as I will, to take a moment and write your Member of Parliament and write the Prime Minister and simply request that the time has passed, that the promises that have been made have lapsed, and that it really is time for Canadians and as a country as a whole to collectively come together and first mourn, and then secondly, collectively stand up and call for action. As a moment of tribute, and we're coming up on the hour right now at 6 o'clock, I know that there are individuals and groups across the country who are asking that just as a moment of observance, that those who wish to, that they place a bear, a teddy bear, out front of their house tonight on the front porch or front step, whatever the case, and leave a porch light on. And I will be doing that as I did in placing a stick out front of the house with the boys back in 2018 when we suffered the significant loss in Humboldt. So anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to make those remarks. I'm just going to take a moment because I do want to make one other comment, and it is completely different and a completely contrasting message. I just want to reiterate one other additional time. The County of Simcoe next week is doing their textile collection. And if you did not receive a bag such as this and the blue one for the week that will follow or 2 weeks after for the small electronic appliances, you can use a clear bag. If you need more than this, please use this plus the clear bags and take full advantage. As I said last time, you're paying for this service. If you look around the community, many of the collection bins are overflowing. And why not take advantage of the service? So do some spring cleaning, good textiles, clothing, shoes, other items. There's a full list. You can find it all on the county website. If you're looking to move them on so that others can take full advantage and make use, please do. And that's next week. And our collection date is on the Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you. I had some comments prepared on the very topic that the Deputy Mayor just spoke so eloquently on, and I can think of nothing to add.
Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just echo Deputy Mayor's comments, and it was very kind of Director Culver to point out those who came into action to assist this morning. Obviously, of course, Jillian Morris. He thanks Jennifer Parker, Tanya Mazza, Melissa Shaw, as well as members of the PRC team who cleaned up the area. So I hope that we can share those photos to a public space so that all of our residents, some who might not feel comfortable heading out in person, can at least see what has been done out there. Thank you again, Director Culver.
Councillor Madigan.
Thank you very much, Mayor Saunderson. I appreciate Councillor MacLeod's comments earlier on, and I'm just going to make mention of this. It's funny that we just gave credit to Dean, Director Culver. Dean and I had a conversation a few years ago, and we were speaking about Indigenous rights, and Dean, I told him about my family background, and he said, but you've made a choice not to tell people. So tonight I will. Thank you very much, Councillor MacLeod, but I actually hail from the Shawanaga tribe, which is about 30K out of Perry Sound. So even though I might not on the face look Indigenous, I'm very proud of my Irish and my Native heritage. And I can't say that I had any family that were affected by this, but to be honest, I was born in 1972, and our family kind of stresses the positivities of being proud of who you are and not the negativities of the past. I'm not saying forget about the past, but that's not how I was brought up. So I thank you for pointing out, and hopefully that everyone can take part in the cultural heritage of our wonderful country that we live in. And tonight, Director Culver, I have made that choice to say thank you very much. Kind words, Deputy Mayor Hall, and kind words, Councillor Comey. Thank you very much for everything that Collingwood's done. I'm by far not a spokesperson for Indigenous people, but just for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Madigan. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one announcement tonight, and that is to remind the community that June is Cycling Month in Ontario. And I hope that people will be aware that whenever possible that they could use a bicycle instead of a car to get around town to run their messages, that they will get out and enjoy our trails and our active transportation network. And also, if they see opportunities for improvements or ideas how we can improve our active transportation framework, then by all means, and add their comments to the many others on the many topics. Finally, I'll just thank the Collingwood Climate Action Team, I guess I'll call them the Cycling Subcommittee. I joined them in their meeting this past week where they summarized the success of their April cycling month, which was a huge success for them in spite of the weather. And they are discussing all kinds of programs and opportunities that we will see as the month evolves. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Councillor Berman, nothing tonight. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Just really to say a few more accolades for Dean Director Culver, who is going to be highlighted at the FCM Gala this year. Committee members at FCM had an opportunity to celebrate staff members who went above and beyond during our time of COVID, and Dean had so much work with the COVID group, with the town, and with the Unity Collective, and all of the parks and the pressures that went with the waterfront decisions and information. And so I'm very pleased that that will be celebrated at our gala on Thursday night. It's a video presentation, but he will be there and well represented, and the town can be proud of our staff member. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. And Director Culver has had a very busy and productive year and well-deserved recognition. So thank you for that. Councillor Hamlin.
I have nothing to add to all those wonderful comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. I don't have any announcements tonight, so that will bring us into item 6, the consent agenda. And the resolution is that council hear and receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. We have 4 items: 6.1, Liz Underdown, short-term rentals; 6.2, Proclamation National Accessibility Awareness Week, which is this week, May 31st to June 5th. 6.3, NVCA reviews new proposal for changes to Conservation Authorities Act, and 6.4, Collingwood Climate Action Team proposed traffic calming policy. I'll first look for mover and seconder to get this on the floor. Councillor Berman and Councillor Jeffrey. I'll call the vote and then ask for items to be pulled. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Are there any items to be pulled tonight, Council? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Doherty, and then Councillor Comey. Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
6.1, please, Mayor Saunderson.
Okay, Councillor Doherty. You're on mute. But I think you said 6.4.
I did.
Okay.
Good lip reader.
And Councillor Comey.
6.4.
All right, so we'll start off with you, Councillor Jeffrey, 6.1.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So I just wanted to comment in terms of clearing up any misconception that the types of short-term accommodation referred to in Ms. Underdown's email are in fact not allowed in the town of Collingwood. So the only matter up for discussion is the enforcement of same, and that has come up each budget period. And the media called me today to ask me where we were at with respect to being more aggressive in enforcing those breaches of the short-term accommodation that are happening. And so I just maybe wanted to ask staff to confirm that we'll have the ability to bring it up again at budget time when we talk about the resources of the bylaw department.
Director Farr.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Jeffrey. Yes, there's an intent and there's a funded position. It's a licensing officer that's going to come on midway through the year. And so in discussion with CBO Miller, who is working on this short-term rental project that had been discussed late last year at council. The intent was to use that resource to assist in advancing progress on this file. As council members will remember, The intent was to engage with the community in a discussion about the relative merits of either continuing with the ban or exploring whether there are viable options to run a licensing program. So that's intended. And staff will continue to track this file going on into the future. This is not an issue that is going to go away anytime soon. And the direction to the department and staff is understood. It's just at this time a matter of resourcing and priorities relative to other projects on the go, but it's not lost to staff at this time. And otherwise, I'd defer to CEO Skinner if she has anything to add.
CEO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Also through you to Councillor Jeffrey, I agree with everything that Director Farr has noted, and just would say that the COVID has been a part of the enforcement paradigm, that we moved more resources to COVID enforcement, but we do have that funded position, which we're grateful for, and I will be using it on the short-term accommodation enforcement as it's hired through the year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up then, Mayor
Yes.
Songson too, just to confirm that though if someone does file a complaint, it will be followed up. What's in question is the more aggressive fall of us not being on a complaint basis, on being a full investigative process to prohibit, or as Director Farr has said, to license situations that may work. Anyway, I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Then we will move on then to item 6.4. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if I could just make one further comment on the item that Councillor Jeffrey pulled.
On the short-term accommodations,
Yeah.
Councillor Hamlin?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer that I had a call recently from a gentleman who had just moved his family to Collingwood, and he was the director of what's called Farr B&B. And they are a coalition that looks to help communities best regulate what they call the ghost hotel communities like Airbnb. And they work closely with the City of Toronto to bring in their new bylaw to regulate Airbnb. So I just wanted to mention, particularly to staff as we move forward on this matter, that I hope that we consult with our community, because we do have a lot of people here, and particularly this gentleman has a lot of experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. And in regard to the comments from the CCAT committee on the traffic calming policy, I just wanted to thank them very much for their insightful comments. And nice that we got them in time as we consider this policy this evening. And that was all. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Comey, did you have anything to add to that?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The comment I would add is first thanking Councillor Doherty for ensuring this made it to the consent agenda. Secondly, this would be exactly the type of correspondence we would expect to see in a municipality that unanimously declared a climate emergency. So I am so grateful that we have this type of resource that is speaking to their council. And the part I want to share is that they point out to us so well that even a small reduction in speed can have a significant effect on drivers' field of vision, stopping time, and the likelihood of injuries and death in the event of a collision with a pedestrian or cyclist. And they remind us that many municipalities, including Waterloo, Hamilton, Mississauga, Oshawa, and Toronto, as a part of Vision Zero, are reducing speed limits in particular. So I'm sure we're going to have a very enjoyable conversation about this later. But to further Councillor Doherty's comments, I am so appreciative that they took the time to assemble these thoughtful comments and share them with us.
Thank you. And I would like to speak to item 6.2, which is the proclamation for the National Accessibility Awareness Week. That is this week. And on this Wednesday at 1 p.m., we are hosting an event telling our stories. And one of our guest speakers is woman Tracy Schmidt. who is also known as Unstoppable Tracy. She's climbed mountains, sailed tall ships, and competed in the Paralympic Games. And she's also a amputee. So quadruple amputee. So it will be I've read reviews, and it will be an amazing event. And so I certainly invite council to put that in your calendars for 1 p.m. on June 2nd, and hear stories about the indomitable nature and abilities of people living with challenges. So, and of all abilities. So, and also to give a shout out to our accessibility committee for all the great work they do throughout the year to raise these issues. And with that, we'll move on to item 7, and 7.1 is the minutes of the joint Police Services Board special meeting. And there's a recommendation. I'll read it out, and then I will get mover and seconder, and then allow staff and Chair Jeffrey to speak to it. And the recommendation reads that the Collingwood Police Services Board and Town of the Blue Mountains Police Services Board direct staff to prepare a draft submission to the Ministry of Solicitor General to maintain independent police services boards, and that staff circulate the draft submission to the Collingwood Police Services Board and to the Town of the Blue Mountains Police Services Board members for approval. And further, that the final submission is forwarded to Town of Collingwood Council and the Town of Blue Mountains Council for endorsement prior to the June 7, 2021 deadline. And as that deadline is looming, that's why we have this motion on the floor. So I will look, I think, first to CAO Skinner, and then we'll follow up with Council Chair, PSB Chair Jeffrey for any further comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have much to add myself. This recommendation was brought forward by the police board. So I think if it'd be okay, I would just provide the floor back to or over to Councillor Jeffrey, and then would be certainly very happy to answer any questions if there are any.
All right, I will pass it over to Chair Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So I've just lost, for whatever reason, connection to Civic Web, and I can't follow along the report. But I will highlight that this a consultation with the police services boards in Ontario for OPP began about, well, a year ago last March, and the Solicitor General had sought some information from all the police services boards and moving forward and ensuring that they were providing the most efficient and effective relationship between boards and the police services that they were receiving. And so one of the opportunities was to be able to apply to remain as maintaining 2 boards within 1 detachment. They did recommend, where it was possible, if boards could combine per detachment. But in our case, given the difference in our demographics, which were outlined in what staff circulated, that it's been deemed, but at a joint meeting of both the Blue Mountains Police Services Board and the Collingwood Police Services Board, that the best scenario for our detachment going forward is to have the two boards for the 1 detachment. And I think it was pretty self-explanatory in the report for council. We certainly appreciate your support going forward to the Solicitor General with our request to maintain that status. And I'm happy to answer any questions along with the CAO.
Thank you for that, Chair Jeffrey. And I guess it's also worth saying that each of the municipalities, Collingwood and the Town of Blue Mountain, have their own direct contracts with the OPP. So we have our own priorities and our own contracts and special enhancements. So I think being served by 2 separate boards also makes sense as well. Are there any questions or comments, Council? Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I originally had a concern with this because by and large, the more I think we can share programming and costs with adjoining municipalities, the better it is. But having read the report, I'm generally satisfied. I did have a question for our CAO. From my reading on the initiative the province has taken to do with police, I understand that our contract would be with all the others in the province coming to an end when this new legislation comes in force. And I'm just wondering if our CAO knows what impact that might have on our budget and so on. Thank you.
CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I thank, and through you to Councillor Hamlin, I do actually thank her for answering this question. And our administrator, Stephanie Huckren, talked to the ministry today just to confirm what exactly will happen. And I think that reading between the lines, I think that our contract won't change too much. It likely will run its course into early 2022. Because our contract is already related to our single municipality. But for some folks, either they're getting, combining many contracts, for example, into this new single entity board. It does sound like, and I'm also reading between the lines here, that the Ministry of the Solicitor General is going to an even more formulaic costing approach for municipalities who've contracted with the OPP for services. So I expect that around the expiry of our contract, they'll be letting us know how they plan to charge those going forward. So a formula plus any enhancements that we've agreed with, you've wanted to move forward. And the one that we have right now is the school resources officer that's available to our schools full time. So I don't think any immediate changes, but it does look like a bit of a change to the paradigm, but nothing happening very quickly on our contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Councillor Hamlin?
No, that's great. Thank you.
All right. So we've got the resolution on the floor. It'll be moved by Chair Jeffrey and seconded by Councillor Berman. And I will call the vote then. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. And then the other minutes that we had on the agenda today are the Affordable Housing Task Force. There's an interim report and presentation, and we have Chair Nancy Essen with us tonight. Sarah, can you bring in Ms. Essen?
Certainly, Your Worship. Just a heads up, we have both Chair Nancy Essen as well as Mark Shebenini.
Okay. Okay, I've got both of you. I see Chair Essen. Welcome, Chair Essen, and welcome, Ms. Shebenini. Pass it over to you. There's an interim report and presentation, and we have Chair Nancy Essen with us tonight. Sarah, can you?
So I think one of you might have the background playing of the meeting that you might need to shut off. Just so we don't have the feedback in the.
Okay, I've got both of you. I see Chair Essen. Welcome, Chair Essen, and welcome. I think everyone's got a sense of deja vu here. Over to you. There we go.
I'll just kick off and start from on behalf of the Affordable Housing Task Force. Thank you very much for having us, give you a little bit of an update. As we've all discovered, this is a very large project, and so we're trying to piece it, to take it down into smaller pieces so we can try to make it a little bit more manageable. So I'm going to quickly just take you through the background of the task force itself. We've been asked to take some leadership on the following matters: to investigate and make recommendations to council about town-owned lands on Birch Street with the input of the Rotary, monitor and make recommendations to planning, local planning policies that are underway as regional focus, and provide some recommendations to increase affordable housing options. And then explore and make recommendations regarding any potential grants or funding opportunities for affordable housing development. And there seems to be quite a few of those in the news. We're investigating those, and remain connected and private and provide support for action plan for the council regarding the commitment to the United Nations Sustainability Goal number 11. So, and the next steps is really the actions to date. What we've done is there's 14 of us in total, and we've broken into 3 subcommittees. So the property committee, which has the chair of Mark Shibanetti, and you can see the definition of the sort of task that they're there on the slide. And then the finance and grants, and they're looking into the various potential grants and other financial methods of an incentive type of things that might be available to encourage people to participate in more affordable housing. And then the policy is hoping to be able to have some kind of contact. We did have a conversation with the group that is doing the Palmer group that's doing the official plan. And he really thinks that there should be a housing strategy that is a subsector of that. So that's going to be part of our recommendations. And then the whole task force meets together. So these meetings are bi-weekly for each one of the committees, and then bi-weekly for the full task force. So this group of people are dedicated and working really hard on behalf of the town. And then the next slide just talks a little bit about the next steps, exploring the opportunities for the Beach Street properties, again, with the Rotary, and making timely recommendations, because we know that when we talk to the Palmer group that the official plan is ongoing, and he did not think it's too late for us to be able to put some recommendations forward that might be an adjunct to the official plan and would be a housing strategy that we would potentially take on in Collingwood, assuming people are all in agreement. But as I mentioned when we opened, the task is really complex, and we don't have a lot of updated sensitive information or a lot of data. And we all know that in this world, data drives decision making, and so it's hard for us. It's kind of a shot in the dark. We don't want to do anything hasty and make some mistakes. So we're hoping to be able to get some data. And then the lack of resources and expertise to help us on the legislative and policy challenges, because we're all volunteers and everybody has other things on their plate to manage, and then making recommendations regarding current housing crisis, which is certainly in our foreseeable past and sadly in our foreseeable future at this point in time. So we're hoping we can come up with things that will be creative and give the town an opportunity to improve, because it's a tough situation right now. And then the next slide just talks a little bit about our needs assessment. So we've exhausted the available local information and we believe that we need to retain professional services to obtain information and guidance, because we're in a very short timeline. Like on the previous slide, I'm not sure if any of you noticed, but the final report to council is scheduled for October, November. So we have to get a lot done in a very short period in time, and we don't think we have the expertise or the time to do it. And then now that, you notice in the terms of reference, the town staff are busy, have hired a grant writer but they're busy with other things that are already ongoing. So what we'd hope that the council will do is understand the need and the crisis that we're facing with affordable housing, and unfortunately has never really been at the forefront of the plan, and in our town nor in the town of Blue Mountains as much as it needs to be. So what we're hoping is that the council will see the need to invest in a solution-driven approaches to help us work on this. So on the following slide, it just talks a little bit about what our recommendation is at this stage. This is an interim recommendation, of course. We'd like to ask for an upset limit of $25,000, up to $25,000, to retain an independent third-party planning expertise to provide the task force with information, one of which is the data collection, like finding out where to get the most recent data, and then being able to have the time and expertise to crunch it so we can get some meaningful guidance from the data. And then also help the task force with identifying policy best practices that we may not have considered, or may not be considered in the new official plan, but if we're able to, with the help of a planning professional, be able to have enough expertise to be able to make a recommendation to the official planning process and then have a housing strategy attached to it. That's one of our short-term goals. So I know we're fairly quick, and I recognize that you have a lot of things on your plates. But thank you all for your service to the town of Collingwood. I think we all appreciate it. And if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them to the best we can.
Thank you very much for that. Clerk Almus, I see your card. Go ahead.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much to our task force members. They have been extremely diligent. But I'll just note one further correction following discussions with CAO Skinner and our Treasurer Quinlan, that we recommend actually utilizing the corporate contingency fund right now. It hasn't been utilized this year. It's not anticipated at this point. So the recommendation would be utilize that fund first, and if it happens to be depleted before the year end, that it would be from general reserves. So that's just the only update I do before the discussion.
Thank you very much. And Nancy and Marg, thank you very much. You have a big task in front of you, and we appreciate all the time and effort you're putting into this. It is an extremely compressed timeline and an extremely complex issue. So thank you very much for lending your expertise. And with that being said, I'll open the floor then to questions or comments from council. I'm not seeing any. So what I'll do then is read in the resolution, and it reads as follows: that council support and approve the Affordable Housing Task Force request to commit an upset limit of $25,000 to retain an independent third party with planning expertise to provide the task force with the following. 1, assist in the research of housing specific data and collection and prepare a formal analysis identifying benchmarks and targets to ensure that the task force recommendations accurately reflect the current and future needs of the town. And 2, assist the task force subcommittee in identifying planning policy best practices that may not have been considered in the current OP review process, including any legislative parameters and restrictions of potential task force recommendations. And I'll have that moved by our task force members, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Jeffrey. And I know also that Councillor Hamlin is on that task force. So thank you, Yvonne, for your hard work there. And so we've got it on the floor, and I'll look to Councillor Jeffrey.
So thank you very much, Mayor Saunderson. As with most things, $25,000 isn't a lot of money. I think the committee estimates about 3.5 weeks of consultant time to assist them. It's critical, but our procurement process does not permit us to go higher because within the 25,000, we can do the RFQ process, which turns around much more quickly than moving over the 25,000, which would take us to an RFP. And I know the CAO had earlier today or some point maybe recommended to one of my colleagues that we should ask for more, but the procurement process would be, I think, catastrophic for the committee and its need to get to this information sooner than later. So that was just a comment to clarify. Any questions on the amount?
Thank you, Councillor. Council, any other questions or comments before I call the vote? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried unanimously. You are very persuasive. Thank you very much, you two. Enjoy the rest of your night. This brings us to item 8, the Standing Committee report, and 8.1 is the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee of May 10, 2021. And 8.1, the recommendation reads that Council receive the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held May 10, 2021, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. P 2021-13, housekeeping amendment to the site plan control bylaw, and the recommendation is to enact a bylaw to amend the site plan control bylaw. Item 2 is the Collingwood Downtown Board of Management regular meeting held April 8, 2021, recommendation heritage building materials. And the recommendation is to refer the matter back to staff for review. And I think both of those items were passed unanimously, so that's why they're in that format. And if anybody wants to pull an item to change the direction of the recommendation, now is your opportunity. Seeing none, this will be moved by Chair Hamlin and seconded by Vice Chair Jeffrey. So unless there's any questions or comments, I will call the vote then. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. 8.1.2 is the adoption of the traffic calming policy. And the recommendation reads as follows. The council receives staff report PW 2021-10, adoption of traffic calming policy and consideration of automated speed enforcement and unstructured play initiatives, and that the town screening criteria have a minimum uncontrolled, i.e. no stop signs or traffic signals, length of 220 meters without being a dead end road section or cul-de-sac, and the council adopt the town of Collingwood traffic calming policy dated April 20, 2021, and that council delegate authority to the Director of Public Works, Engineering, and Environmental Services to approve or reject traffic calming requests based on the adopted traffic calming policy, and further that consideration of automated speed enforcement, ASE, be forwarded to the Collingwood Police Services Board. And that will be moved by Chair Hamlin and seconded by Vice Chair Jeffrey. And I will open the floor for comments. Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had a comment asking, and I do support this suggestion, that we send the traffic calming policy to both our Active Transportation Committee and our Accessibility Committee for comments, because these physical alterations to the roadway, which are proposed in the traffic calming policy, perhaps there'll be comments from the Active Transportation Committee and or Accessibility Committee. So before we get this sort of in stone, so to speak, it will be helpful to do this. So I wanted to make a motion to defer to these committees for, I don't know how I can put a timeline on this, not for very long, but for their comment. So I might be looking for help on that part.
Yeah. So I will look to Clerk Almus in terms of suggested timelines and how this would be done if it is deferred.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would only comment that we could request that they include it on their next regular agenda, and hope they are able to have a chance to review it at that time. And if they need longer time, then we can bring it back to council.
Do we know when their next meetings are scheduled for?
I believe right now they are still meeting monthly. So they will have a meeting in June. So we can ensure it hits that agenda and then hopefully back to council in July.
And so that's both the Active Transportation and Trails Committee and the Accessibility Committees.
Correct.
Okay. So is there a seconder for the motion to defer? Councillor Comey. Generally, we don't speak to deferrals, Councillor Doherty. So I'll be calling the vote then. All in favor? Opposed? So that request is defeated. And we go back to our main motion then. Questions or comments? Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a little disappointing that our fellow councillors don't see the role that active transportation would play in something as important as our traffic calming policy, which we've waited for so very long on, or see the need to consult with our accessibility committee. I was also surprised, so this comment is through you, I guess to Director Slama, she'll take the comments related to this. Even at the end of this report, we have these little check boxes for staff to say what's applicable to the report. So when it comes to climate change and sustainability, we refer to the traffic calming report as not applicable. I would hugely disagree and refer us back to those wonderful comments from our climate action group. I'm strongly of the opinion that traffic calming, of course, is interwoven into both our climate emergency and sustainability efforts. When it comes to accessibility, here how we just commented on it being Accessibility Week, we again say NA when it comes to accessibility and traffic calming. So to me, it goes to show how far we have to go with our entire understanding of how this all intersects together. And that, in my opinion, of course, these parties have something to say when it comes to this matter. I will not be able to support the long-awaited traffic calming study, despite having been so patient and despite so desperately wanting to help our residents who've written in since at least I took my seat at council, desperate for some assistance. I don't see the assistance that they're looking for in this particular policy. I strongly question both the need to petition neighbors. I forget who tonight mentioned the whole idea that the ICBL sort of pits neighbor against neighbor. I really dare ask someone what it's like to be the single person on a street, to go door to door saying that you have a problem and you can't solve it unless 51% of your neighbors agree, and to put your face to that. We don't even require that with reporting bylaw matters. We allow people to be anonymous, but here we're singling somebody out. And again, making the broad-based assumptions that they are physically capable of taking on such a thing, that they have no concerns with their relationships with their neighbors, and that they have the skill sets to do so. I will draw attention also to our speed criteria before that comes up tonight, because I'd like everybody to really reflect on the idea that in order for you to actually have a problem on your street, not only do you have to get 51% of your street to agree, but that you have to then have documented people going 61 kilometers or greater on your street on a regular basis. Can you really just imagine? Because I cannot, because the statistics around fatalities and injuries at 60 kilometers an hour are basically certain death. So again, I so wanted to support this. I waited from the time Councillor Hamlin mentioned play streets, which by the way are not recommended and not even considered a part of traffic calming. After we waited all that time, oh, by the way, they're not even a thing when it comes to traffic calming, and staff's not in favor of them, which I would direct us to think about neighborhoods like Pretty River, where we don't even have a park. So much for that idea. And now it's time for my dogs and kids to chime in, but I simply can't support it. And I'm hugely disappointed we couldn't incorporate more feedback into this. So long awaited, but not, in my opinion, what we needed at all. Thank you.
Duly noted. Staff, does Manager Velick or anyone want to comment on any of that? Director Slama?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, through yourself to Councillor Comey. I think when we look at consideration for getting some comments from the Active Transportation Committee and the Accessibility Committee, they are definitely stakeholders of interest in our communities. So when we look at the policy and we go through the steps of the process, we can make sure that we could include them as stakeholders to be contacted at the same time that we contact the fire department and the police services. Because at that time, that's when we have an idea of what the traffic calming feature will be. And I think that that is a valuable time to get their input on how they feel it would, potentially affects, improves, or what the negative effects might be, right, for their interests. And I think that was the one comment I was going to make. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Director Slama. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I I was very happy to see the arrival of this report. I know it was long awaited among a number of members of council, not to mention our community. And I am generally in support of it. However, I really had wanted to see in this report some analysis or recommendations of streets that could be considered right away based on the number of concerns that we have heard from residents about certain of the streets in our community. The other, with respect deficit in the report, I feel is it does not take into consideration, and Councillor Comey sort of alluded to this, it does not take into consideration our pre-existing active transportation framework or our cycling plan. And those two policies alone are traffic calming, and yet they're not mentioned or worked into this report. And I guess also just to echo Councillor Comey, traffic calming normally means reduced speeds of vehicles and more non-automotive transportation, which also impacts positively on climate change. In terms of the criteria that would be need to be satisfied before a street could qualify for traffic calming, I mentioned this at committee, and I will say this again, that among the criteria, there was one that I was very concerned about, and that was the need to satisfy or actually surpass our 85th percentile speed over the speed limit. And I'm just going to say, it only takes one person to be struck by a vehicle traveling right now at our current speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour, and that person has a 75% chance of mortality. And if that car is traveling at our trigger speed of 61 kilometers per hour, that likelihood of a fatality rises to 90%. So I just feel that it's way too much to ask for speeds consistently to be that high before we will consider traffic calming. And if we have a group of 11 criteria, if perhaps some say 75 or 80% of them are satisfied, then we would proceed with the next steps in terms of implementing a policy for that street. Why I had raised my card when the motion to defer was stated was I had wanted to put forward a motion to refer this report back to staff and allow them the time for consultation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee and the Trails and Active Transportation Committee, and with a view or with a lens applied from our active transportation framework and from our cycling policy, and come back with a report that is more all-encompassing, and I believe is going to offer solutions that are going to be much more acceptable and easier to implement. And so I guess I will make that motion now to refer back to staff.
All right. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Comey. And then there's no discussion on a referral. So all in favor? Opposed? And that is, sorry, Councillor Jeffrey, you held up a yes. Okay, so then that is defeated. All right, any other comment? I don't know, Director Slama, if you had anything you'd like to say in response to Councillor Doherty's comments?
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Doherty had mentioned she would have liked to seen some analysis on certain streets included in the policy, and I think we provided some examples during our initial presentation, but you know, we didn't see it as being a place in the policy, but I guess it could have been a consideration to have been highlighted more in the report. She mentioned, again, it doesn't take into consideration the active transportation framework or the cycling plan. And again, I think as we look at each of the requests that come in and we look at the specific streets that we're being asked to review, that is when we're going to turn to the cycling plan and the active transportation framework and give some consideration to those elements. She spoke about the need to satisfy the 85% percentile as part of the criteria. And that is a standard that we look to. And but again, we felt with sorry, Councillor Doherty also mentioned potentially not meeting all of the criteria and that screening criteria. And I think we have presented the full list of the criteria so that we are looking at speeding and addressing speeding the right way. If the concern is something that's other than speeding, then the traffic calming might not be the way that we should rectify that issue. So I think taking away one piece of the criteria may lead us down a path, and that where we're not addressing what a different problem is. And again, just, you know, we will include the Active Transportation Committee and the Accessibility Committee as stakeholders when we look before we go to implement any measures. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any follow-up, Councillor Doherty?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for those comments. I have to admit that I'm in a bit of a quandary right now because I do so want to support a traffic calming policy, but I'm just so concerned that we just haven't quite hit the nail on the head here. But that's mine to decide.
Okay, I've got Councillor Jeffrey and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So when we reviewed this ACT committee, I recall that there was a presentation by CCAT, and I don't recall anything inflammatory or controversial in their presentation, but rather very receptive to the idea that we were looking at adopting complete streets. And I think that through this policy, we're trying to be consistent yet flexible and able to respond to each street and its demographics and what can be best for its location. So, and we have to start somewhere. And I think staff with our community partners put a lot of work into this first piece. And I think that the cookie cutter approach, the more we put into that type, the less successful it will be. So I'm very happy to start with where we are at. And I think that if we note, we already have the 40-kilometer zones in the parks and the schools and the community safety zones, and looking at the enforcement. And really, bad drivers are bad drivers. And I'm not sure whether, you know, at this point, whether it's 50 or 40, we fix their driving habits. So, and I think Director Slama did present at the committee with respect to all the pieces or the necessary pieces in the traffic calming, and by pulling one out, we weren't going to be successful in that. So I will be supporting the traffic calming as presented by staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I too will be supporting the document. I have one, I guess, question of clarification and then perhaps a comment. Question of clarification through you to staff. I appreciate the comment and I do tend to agree with the comment as it relates to the 51% in terms of, reaching out to your neighbor, et cetera, to petition. But this doesn't preclude somebody, as has been the case in the past, from using the committee structure that we have in place of either requesting to depute or speaking to a specific issue. And an example I'll give is it went through committee. We didn't agree. And in fact, I think we ultimately turned it down, both the committee and at council. But there was a resident that did come forward and exercised a concern as it related to parking on one side of a street of a bend curve within an existing subdivision. And I just use that as an example that this policy, I don't believe, and I guess it's the question to just clarify, it doesn't preclude individuals from contacting members of council or deputing to a committee or even council specific to an issue, any issue, but traffic calming as it relates, because that's what we're talking about now. That's the question.
Director Slama or Clerk Thomas, who's going to take that question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Director Slama. Sorry, we're getting.
Sir, I can take over.
Okay,
Your worship.
You take the question then.
So the deputy mayor is absolutely correct. So regardless, that any standing committee can hear any deputation pertaining to matters that are within the mandate of that standing committee, and it's up to that standing committee to choose if they want to deal with it outside of the scope. But it is an approved policy, and the committee wouldn't have to take any action on it and refer it back to this, or they can choose to evaluate outside of that scope. It might be a concern about precedent. However, nobody is restricted from speaking to council.
Okay, thank you. I guess this is more of a comment, and that is that if we adopt this particular policy, I just want to make sure I'm correct, but my assumption is that it doesn't preclude or it doesn't prevent a member of council from actually requesting or tabling something. So the example I would give is that we've had ongoing concerns raised about the Hamilton Drain crossing. And after enough conversation, I finally just requested of staff that they bring forward information as it relates to the cost to replace the existing traffic signal with an existing standard 3-colored signal. And I would assume that this traffic policy or traffic calming policy, it doesn't prevent any one of us from doing something, i.e. I intend to bring forward a notice of motion or request a staff report, I should say, as it relates to Finlay Drive. Would that be a correct assumption?
Go ahead, CEO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually wanted to note two things through you to Deputy Mayor Hall and maybe to a couple of other people who have made some comments on this policy. One piece of it is that there was a good amount of discussion when this was at committee about whether in fact it always had to be a petition, or staff, or for that matter, council could bring forward a very problematic location and have it looked at. And it was clarified at committee that yes, if there was a really problematic location, we could look at it without the petition. And that brings me to the second part of my comments. And this is just based on my history as a traffic engineer. We're in a process of evolution for a town our size. Getting to this place where we are with the traffic calming policy is a good thing. Is it absolutely perfect? I think we'll learn some things along the go as we go, and there will be continuous improvement to it, should you endorse it today. However, pardon me, it's part of a bigger picture. So typically, if we get to our next level of evolution, and Director Slama and I were talking about this today, ideally what you would do would be a safety survey across the community, where you'd be starting to do more analysis to sift through the collisions that you have, the types of collisions, the speeds, for example. So this particular policy is designed to deal with speeding, because that's what traffic calming does. It's designed to deal with speeding and to reduce speeding. And in the absence of another way to sift priorities in the community, one of the thing that has been put on the table as a way to identify priorities was the petition option, where people who clearly understand that there's a problem on their street that they would like to see something addressed. And not only that, but they're willing to welcome some of the changes that might come from a traffic calming approach, such as having to drive around something, or having a perception of things being closer to them so they naturally slow down. Anyway, I just wanted to provide that little bit of context to go with Deputy Mayor Hull's question around could things be put on the table without a petition? The answer is yes, but we would really hope that the people that do live on that street would welcome the change, or at least a majority of them. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO. Any follow-up, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thank you. So I do appreciate the words of the CAO, and I appreciate, given the background that she brings to the conversation as an engineer. I just simply, I guess, was getting to the point that we still have that ability as members of council to raise particular issues. And the bottom line is that I'm done reading emails, and I'm going to bring forward a recommendation or a request of staff that we deal with Finlay Street. Thank you.
Council, any questions or comments? I see you, Councillor Comey. I'm just going to go around and make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak first before I go back to the seconds. Councillor McLeod.
Just for an item for clarification regarding this policy, and I'm curious to know what our communication plan might happen to be when it comes to neighborhoods that have done the petition thing and are about to become calmed. Is there a social media plan? Is there just 3 streets over get noticed? And one of the reasons that I'm asking about this is because there was some reference to in something I read in the last while about GPS so Waze telling you don't go down that street, it's only 20K an hour and that sort of thing. Is there and I'm not even sure who might be able to answer this, perhaps it's Director Slama and perhaps it's the CAO, but what's the thought regarding these slower limits or calmed areas and communication?
Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor McLeod. In our staff report, we indicated in the policy, we said that, if we're looking to implement traffic calming on a certain section of road, that we would consult with the neighboring streets. And, at this point, we didn't specifically consider what you mentioned, but I think, that's very real. That's a very, very real situation. So I think it's a good point to bring up, and something that could be considered when we're looking at the communication beyond the section of street that would receive the traffic calming.
Follow up, Councillor McLeod. Okay. All right. Seeing no other comments, then I'll go to Councillor Comey and then Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's funny. It sounds like this whole thing was rooted in it's a really great policy, and then everything I heard from my fellow councillors was ways people could work around it, which to me was my whole point about just taking more time and trying to actually put us on the best foot forward. Because what really punctuated that was the deputy mayor ended his comments saying he's going to bring a separate motion for Finlay Drive to supersede the traffic calming policy, which is the whole point. I'm sure our taxpayers paid very good money for this policy, but most of the time spent defending it was assuring people they could work around it by coming before committee and council, which doesn't lend itself to sounding to me like a particularly sound policy or plan. And so I just want to confirm then what we're actually voting on as it stands now, and of course, terrible sun glare here, but is that we're officially voting that someone must have a petition with 51% support. And as it's stated, like right in the policy, failure to satisfy this, we say will result in termination of the investigation. It doesn't have an asterisk saying to someone, but you could still go to committee or what have you. And then without question, yes, traffic calming is to calm traffic if that traffic is whizzing by your residential street at 61 kilometers an hour on a sustained basis. So again, I just wanted to conclude with those comments, that the comments I'm hearing are just pointing out all the ways to work around it, and that we can now anticipate a motion, you know, to override the entire policy. So that's all I have to say. I just so wanted to support this, but I do thank staff. It's not to be flip with the time that the engineering firm and staff and our taxpayers put into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I apologize because I had meant to ask this question during my initial comments, and this would be through you to Director Slama. So I had assumed from the report that delegation of complete authority to engineering to accept or reject requests would actually, in reality, mean that staff would come to council with their recommendation to accept or reject. Was I assuming that correctly?
Director Slama.
Yeah, so I think that when we include that authority to the director to approve or reject the requests, it would be in the context of following the policy, and but we do anticipate there would be situations where we would, or cases requests where we would bring it to council if the recommended measure was outside of our budget. So if the recommended measure could be implemented within the approved budget for that year, then we would move forward with that.
Thank you. So,
so it allows for that to happen.
Right. But what it also means is that there may be any number of requests that council might not even become aware of because they just don't get that far.
Through the mayor, that is correct.
So if that's the case, then with every respect, I cannot support this policy as it stands right now. And I'm sorry.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a few comments. My comments earlier, and I stated from the outset, is that I do support what is being presented tonight, and I'm not trying to highlight ways in which one can circumvent. I support the heritage and the conservation district that we have in place. It's no secret that I have maybe some differing opinions as it relates to the conservation district and some of the things that we're dealing with right now. I'm not aware of any policy, quite frankly, that's perfect. Policies are meant to be fluid. They're meant to be adapted from time to time. And all I wanted to do, hi Gracie, all I wanted to do tonight was just reassure people that if they had an issue, they still had means in which they can communicate those issues through the committee system, which has been a fantastic adoption by the previous council and the former CAO, John Brown, or they can continue to contact a member of the council. And on that note, quite frankly, Mayor Saunderson, I take issue with Councillor Comey's final comment related to Finley Drive. For I don't know how long, we as a council have been contacted by members of the community who live on Finley, live off of Finley, have kids that go to school on Finley. And all I'm stating is that, like the traffic crossing walk at the Hamilton Drain, I am tired of listening. And I just would like to request staff to see what are the things that we could do in the short term, and then give us the opportunity to make a decision as it relates to what improvements and at what cost. So the recommendation or the request that I made for the Hamilton Drain was simply that staff come back with the cost to implement a traditional 3-color traffic light. It's up to the 8 of you whether or not you'll support that cost. And once I see it, it'll be up to me to do the same. But quite frankly, based on the amount of communication that has gone back and forth, to which the 8 of us have been copied on, related to Finley Drive, I'm just simply cutting to the chase and saying, you know what, enough with reading. I've read everything, and I just would simply like to make a request. The request is going to be very straightforward. Give us the options, give us the costs, give the 9 of us the opportunity to make a decision. Period. I'm not looking to circumvent anything. I'm just looking to make a decision and move on. Thank you.
CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did want to provide 2 small clarifications. One was it was related to the Finley Drive conversation. In saying that we would, someone potentially could approach council or a committee, I wasn't thinking that we would circumvent the entire policy. I think we still need to implement the policy. The question would be, would we allow or would council ask that something go forward without a petition for a very specific reason? But the rest of the policy would stand. I think we need to go through the analysis. Anyway, that was what I meant to say. The other piece is that Councillor Doherty had mentioned, are there measures that council would not become aware of? Frankly, I think now that we've talked about that, I think it is a gap if council's not aware. I think council should be aware of whatever's received, and if we need to write that into the policy so that all petitions are communicated to council members. And there's also, I have no concerns with that at all. We could do that today. And as well, with respect to the decisions, I think that there is some public communication of those decisions. So there would be a chance for council members to weigh in or to take note of those decisions. So if there was a desire for a council review or a council update prior to a final decision, we could also work that into the policy. I don't think, should the policy itself be acceptable, that we should let it go today because of a lack of notice or a desire for council to also have a formal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank Director Slama for her comments that any applications that get to the point of design or approval would go to the Accessibility Committee and our Active Transportation Committee, because that does seem to be a good result in that regard. I think that, to my view, it's not perfect, but as has been said, it is a policy, and I'm going to support it tonight because I think we have to get the process started, and perhaps things will change and we'll make improvements as time goes along, but I'm happy to support it tonight to get it started. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I will be supporting this, but perhaps we could put into it that we do an annual review to see the number of applications we get, the number that are processed, the reasons that they are not moving forward, so that we can assess the effectiveness of as we move forward with this. It is a new policy, so we're creating something from nothing. So I think this is a good starting point. And as we will see when we implement it, if there are issues that need to be addressed, then certainly I would be hopeful that staff might come back on an annual basis to advise us as to changes that could be made or issues that they have observed in the application of the policy. It's been a good discussion, and now I've got two more cards up. So Councillor McLeod and then Councillor Doherty, and then I think I'm going to call the vote. Go ahead, Councillor McLeod.
Is that an amendment you want to attach to this, or are we going to just be assured that we're going to hear in a year?
I will look to staff. Do we need to make that a formal annual review? Would there be merit in that, or is it enough to have direction to staff to follow up on an annual basis?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's enough to provide us with that direction, and we will incorporate that in the policy. We'll make that change.
If I could, I think the clerk had an opinion as well.
Oh, sorry, Clerk Almas.
Your Worship, I believe that an amendment would be necessary. Otherwise, there's not formal direction that it is a requirement. So if council feels that this is very important and you feel it should be a requirement, it should be an amendment.
All right, then. I'm chairing, so I will look for someone. Councillor McLeod.
Happy to make that amendment.
All right, and the seconder, Councillor Jeffrey. So then we'll be calling the vote on the amendment, and I see Councillor Doherty's card up. Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
But they also require an amendment to change the delegation of authority for decisions regarding traffic calming activation or not.
Okay, we'll deal with one amendment
Perhaps
at a time.
Thank you.
So we'll deal with the first amendment, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Doherty. Are there any other questions or comments on the amendment for the annual review? Seeing none, I'll call the vote then. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. And Councillor Doherty, you had an amendment you want to put on the floor?
Yes, thank you. And I may need some help with the wording on the fly, but in the section of the report that refers to delegation of complete authority to engineering to accept or reject, something along the lines of delegation of authority to engineering to recommend acceptance or rejection of a traffic calming implementation to council or some such. I'm sure the clerk is way better than I am at that.
Right. Well, I think we wouldn't be delegating authority at all then. Under your proposed amendment, you're asking staff to make a recommendation to council based on the criteria that would then be a council decision, but I'll look to the clerk for clarification on that.
You're correct, Your Worship.
So it's either delegated or not, I guess, is the issue.
So then recommendation that all requests be referred to council with a staff recommendation.
Okay, so is there a seconder for that amendment? Clerk Almas, go ahead.
Certainly, Your Worship. So that's contrary to this motion because it is to delegate authority. So I would deal with the main motion first. And if it was defeated, then Councillor Doherty could put that forward. She wanted to separate that, even that one component out about delegated authority.
Okay,
Yeah.
so your option then, Councillor Doherty, is to sever out that paragraph. We would vote on it in the normal course, and if it's defeated, then you could put a new motion on the floor because your amendment is substantially contrary to the existing intent.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm going to call. Would you like it severed out?
Yes, please.
All right, then. So I'm going to call the vote then on all paragraphs, save and except for the fourth paragraph that reads, and the council delegate authority to the Director of Public Works, Engineering and Environmental Services to approve or reject traffic calming requests based on the adopted traffic calming policy. So we are going to be voting on all policies, paragraphs except for that. And I will call the vote then. All in favor? And opposed? Duly noted. And I will call the vote then on the paragraph and that council delegate authority to the Director of Public Works, Engineering and Environmental Services to approve or reject traffic calming requests based on the adopted traffic calming policy. I will call the vote then. All in favor? So that's 5-6 and opposed 3. So that is carried. All right, that brings us to 8.1.3, the bylaw number 2021-35 being a bylaw to implement amendments to the site plan control bylaw for the town of Collingwood be enacted and passed this 31st day of May 2021. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Hamlin, thank you. This is just the bylaw to pass the earlier motion. I don't know if there's any questions or comments. Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And this brings us to item 9.1, staff reports, PW 2021-11, potential for advancing construction of UV disinfection at the water treatment plant. And I will look to Director Slama.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'll speak to the staff report in front of you this evening, and Manager McGinnity is here as well, and she'll be available to assist with some questions at the end. So the report in front of you this evening looks at the potential for advancing the construction of the UV disinfection at the existing water treatment plant. Next slide, please. When we consider our current water treatment plant capacity and all development applications received and those presented through the pre-consultation process, there is a limited supply of water that's available for future developments until the water treatment plant expansion can be completed. The capacity is further restricted in the winter due to constraints related to the disinfection of under cold water conditions. This has been known since 2004 that as capacity needs in the winter increase, additional chlorine would need to be added to meet the disinfection requirements. On April 26th, staff recommended an upper threshold of 2.2 milligrams per liter chlorine residual leaving the plant. This limits the production capacity to approximately 24 megaliters a day, instead of the rated capacity of 31. If there was an interim solution to restore winter capacity, then the additional water would be available for future development until the expansion. It is important to note that the available supply is limited by the rated capacity of the plant, and none of the interim options considered increasing the capacity of the water treatment plant. The increase in capacity will happen with the expansion. Next slide, please. In 2019, staff wanted to investigate the potential to address the winter disinfection constraints. Consulting engineer, GHD, was retained to evaluate alternative solutions to the winter disinfection limitations. Various options were considered by staff and the consultant, and a list of 12 options were considered following agreement with operational staff as having some true viability. A short list of options that resulted in a detailed evaluation included increasing the chlorine dose, reducing permeate spikes, adding UV disinfection to the process, and adding additional chlorine contact tankage. GHD's ultimate recommendation was to increase the chlorine dose and expedite the expansion of the water treatment plant project as quickly as possible. In the staff report presented on April 26th, the chlorine residual threshold of 2.2 milligrams per liter was presented, and the advancement of the water treatment plant expansion with consideration for advanced construction of the chlorine contact tank was recommended. The RFP for the water treatment plant expansion was issued on May 14th, And part of the proposal requirements include proponents consider alternative project delivery methods that could advance the design and construction of the expansion, as well as consideration of advanced construction of the chlorine contact tank or UV disinfection. Next slide, please. When we look at the UV option in particular, what are the benefits? So the benefits are that UV disinfection would be utilized with chlorine disinfection and provide a multi-barrier approach to disinfection, which we don't have now. It would reduce the amount of chlorine that would be used in our disinfection process, but I did want to note that it would not eliminate chlorine. We would still require some chlorine disinfection to meet our secondary disinfection requirements. It would result in improved water quality aesthetics, and it greatly mitigates the health and safety concerns for our operators, as well as it reduces the negative effects on equipment. But some of the complexities associated with this option include physical space, for the installation of, not just for installation of the unit within our existing plant, but also for maintenance of the unit, considering maintenance. There's only one vendor that could be retrofitted into our plant. The installation of UV equipment would require significant process piping and equipment relocation to fit the units. There would be some adjustments to the control panel. And there would be power supply modifications. We need to look at how it would be incorporated into our existing control system. There would be an increase in operator training and an increase in the monitoring and maintenance requirements on our operational basis. And there's limited incorporation of the equipment into the water treatment plant expansion. When we look at all these considerations, and we also want to note that there would be some challenges in moving forward with a separate design and construction of the UV disinfection project, while at the same time moving forward with the water treatment plant design and expansion. It would require different consultants to work together and coordinate, and sometimes that can become difficult when two people are moving different projects forward at different times. The other thing that we wanted to note was that in the GHD report, they gave some consideration to some of the challenges, but they did not look at the retrofit in detail. So some of the items that we're bringing up today is just greater consideration of how this could possibly be retrofitted into our plant. Next slide, please. So comparing the two options of installing UV disinfection versus constructing the additional chlorine contact tankage, both of these options would restore our winter capacity to our full rated capacity and would provide us with approximately 857 single dwelling units that would be available for allocation. The UV project could be implemented sooner than the chlorine contact tank, and there is the potential that it could be installed and commissioned before winter of 2022. Whereas when we look at the chlorine contact tank, we're quite confident it would take at least 2 years, so that it would be implemented before winter of 2023. The UV option is approximately half the cost when we look at, these are estimates, engineering estimates, compared to the tankage, but the ability to reuse the equipment is much lower. So 25% for the UV option versus 95% of the chlorine contact tank. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, when we consider when we will need the increased demand and the most cost-effective alternative to achieve more capacity to support future development demands, the requirements provided in the RFP for the water treatment expansion engineering design are the best alternative to bring on additional available capacity as soon as possible. Looking at the UV alternative, it would restore our winter production capacity at the plant, and so would the tankage. But the feasibility for incorporating the retrofitted equipment on the new expansion is unknown, like how much we could reuse what we have. The estimated timing for needing additional water is winter 2023, when we look at our projection of the development applications in progress, and we look at when those might actually require water, not just commit the water, but when they might actually require the water. We're reaching the 95% of our capacity in the winter of 2023. Then the overall water treatment plant capacity remains a limitation when looking at future development applications. Therefore, the controls and the mechanisms to be reviewed under the land use planning or policy study are essential. And of course, we need to be mindful, as I mentioned, that a separate project to advance the construction of the UV alternative could risk the timelines and the ultimate deliverables of the water treatment plant expansion project. Next slide, please. So if there's any questions, Manager McGinnity and I are here.
Thank you, Director Slama. Council, questions, comments? Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Worship, and through you to Director Slama. So to confirm, the RFP that has just gone out has asked the proponent to scope out and evaluate an early installation of a UV disinfectant system, along with the possibility of early addition of the additional chlorine tankage.
Director Slama.
Is that, I could say that again.
Through your worship to Councillor Doherty, I think I understand your question. So the RFP asked proponents to provide their proposals on how the project can be advanced. And we have made certain suggestions. So, you know, is it bring the additional capacity online, tankage, advanced construction of the additional tankage, advanced installation of UV equipment or installation of UV equipment in the interim, and or look at alternative project delivery. So we have highlighted that the town is interested in advancing this project as much as possible. And the responsibility is on the proponent to provide their proposals of how they think that can be best achieved. And we will evaluate those proposals on what we receive. So one proponent may not speak to all of those three options. And I would say when you're looking at a solution to restore the winter capacity, you'd look at the tankage or the UV. You wouldn't look at both of those as an example. So the way the RFP is written is for the proponents to provide their proposal on what they think is the best, most cost-effective way for the town to support the advanced construction or additional capacity.
Okay, thank you.
So questions, comments? Councillor Jeffrey, and then Councillor Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So just really easily, so both measures, chlorine versus UV, require more staff training either way in terms of the plant. Is that correct? Through you to Director Slama.
Through your worship to Councillor Jeffrey, no. So the additional chlorine tankage, we're used to that system and it wouldn't require any additional training, whereas the UV disinfection would be a new process. So it would just require some, initial training for our operators, and it would be a new process to operate and monitor.
And then through you, Mayor Saunderson, both measures result in levels of risk of certain kinds with staff within the plant.
Director Slama?
Through the mayor, I think that that is a fair statement. The increase when we, actually, I guess if we look at the additional chlorine contact tankage versus retrofitting our process piping to install the UV equipment, there is more concerns and, you know, as I call them, complexities for the operators with the UV option as opposed to the tankage. Additional tankage doesn't really increase risks to the operators.
Okay. Through you, Mayor Saunderson, I thought I read in the report that there was some extra exposures to staff with respect to increases in chlorine dosing and those requirements. So if I read that incorrectly, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure I saw risks with both UV and chlorination.
So if I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Director
Sorry,
Slama.
thank you, through the mayor to Councillor Jeffrey. So you are correct. When we look at increasing the chlorine residual and the dosing and the residual, that does have some increased risk. But when we look at just expanding the tankage, that doesn't have increased risk for operators.
Okay, thank you. And then clearly the UV solves the differential between winter and summer in the shorter term and potentially brings, makes the summer capacity actually the restricting number, which is higher and better. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And then also through you, Mayor Saunderson, I guess when the original GHD report was done, there was no sense of an emergency such as there is now. Otherwise, we would have been doing this a lot sooner. So I think that review was done under a different lens. Is that fair?
Slama?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Jeffrey. Yes, I think that that is fair, right? You know, when we looked at this in 2019, you know, we began to understand the real possible limitations on the winter side, but it was, you know, working through greater analysis of our development applications and seeing how that limitation was potentially going to restrict our available capacity until the expansion. It just required greater analysis beyond that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Councillor, any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I practically have to sit like this. I clearly need to invest in some curtains in here. Through you, please, Mr. Mayor, to Director Slama. I'm going to ask you to please weave in the motion we have before us tonight, which is, I guess the suggestion is we're going to build an RFP package looking at UV exclusively, but forgive me if I'm not following the narrative completely. If I understood correctly in response to Councillor Doherty, we've asked someone to come back to us with a recommendation already in the RFP package that could include possibly UV or a chlorination tank, or have I misunderstood that?
Director Slama?
Through the mayor to Councillor Comey, that is correct.
Okay. Well, I apologize. Then I suppose, and I can take it up later. I'm not following then why we would send out an additional RFP, ask someone to build an RFP looking at this exclusive option. But if we did, then I suppose my question is this, if I'm understanding your slide correctly. There's a lot of points on your slide that more or less suggest, if I understand correctly, possibly only one vendor has a small enough little UV thingy that's going to work. And we don't even know if it could work. If that's the case, I suppose I don't quite follow the whole RFP logic then. If there's only one maker of one small enough, and we're not even entirely sure it's going to fit, is there any reason we haven't made a phone call and just requested like a manufacturer site visit out to the plant before we go through all this?
Director Slama.
Through the mayor to Councillor Comey. So like we did, have GHD did complete a preliminary review in their report. And that would be very similar in nature to what you're suggesting if we had a manufacturer come out, like the information obtained by GHD from a couple of different manufacturers and suppliers of UV equipment was, what was looked at to see, could it fit in? And that's how we came to the conclusion that, one has the potential of fitting in where the other, there was too many complications. But so that was the preliminary review that was done. It would, to look at this option in greater detail, we just mentioned, right, that GHD didn't look at it in great detail. Just did that preliminary review.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm also seeing so there's some cost and time differentials. So I see the motion before us today speaks to something happening within a year, but I see on your slide, it says anywhere from 18 to 23 months. So I'm also just trying to reconcile an understanding then of its and buts and a UV fits, but realistically it's an 18 to 23 month process. And it can't be pulled off in a year.
Director Slama.
Through the mayor to Councillor Comey, where do you see the reference to 1 year?
Okay, I wish I had more screens, so I gotta switch back and forth to open Compass. And Councillor Jeffrey, excuse me if I'm misspeaking. I feel that's what I saw that your motion that's coming up before us tonight says. For a completed estimation, require a 1 year period. And again, maybe I'm mistranslating what it is. And again, Councillor Jeffrey, it's your motion. Maybe I'm not understanding it correctly.
Yeah, we'll be dealing with the motion, but Councillor Jeffrey, go ahead if you want to answer now.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Saunders. And so that was the information in the original GHD report, that it would be a 1 year period. So this is an expansion of that time frame, which I will speak to my intentions when we discuss my motion.
I appreciate that clarification just while I have the slides open in front of me. Okay, so those were my questions more or less. Those were just what I'm trying to process, what you've got here, what we've got in the motion. And I'm really just trying to digest the idea. We kind of only think there's one company that could possibly pull this whole thing off. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Council, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I have a few. To you, Director Slama. I know you mentioned in there that, well, first of all, the new water treatment plant will have UV disinfection in it. Is that right?
That is correct, Your Worship.
And so when we talk about the amendment to our drinking water permit and our license, we're going to have to do that in due course in any event, aren't we?
Yes, we will.
Okay. And so then the increase of the training and the monitoring for staff, that would happen in any event. If we were to move forward with the new water treatment plant expansion and UV there.
That is correct.
Okay. And those are my questions. So the resolution reads as follows: that council receives staff report PW 2021-11, potential for advancing construction of UV disinfection of the water treatment plant for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Berman and Councillor Madigan. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And that brings us to item 10, which is motions. And item 10.1 is townwide speed limit. Councillor Hamlin. And Councillor Hamlin, I will turn it over to you to read in your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That council requests a staff report on the possibility of setting a townwide speed limit of 40 kilometers per hour, including consultation with the town of Wasaga Beach, if advisable.
Right. And do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Comey. All right. Do you want to start off the discussion, Councillor Hamlin?
I would. Thank you. This motion was brought by myself after the presentation by our consultant on the traffic calming report. That consultant talked about one of the primary purposes of traffic calming was to reduce traffic speeds. And he showed charts, which I've now seen since then in many different, places, because it's quite common to analyze it this way. But essentially, if a pedestrian or cyclist is hit by a car traveling at 60 kilometers per hour, they have a very high chance of not surviving that or being seriously injured. And the lower the speed gets, the more likely a pedestrian or cyclist will survive impact. So I learned, I did a little research. Some people have told me what they know. And I can see that communities of all kinds of sizes have implemented this kind of enforcement, from Orangeville to Scugog to Temagami Shores. And then one resident wrote to us, and what they said was, which I thought this was interesting because I love the Vancouver Island. Sydney, near Victoria International Airport, feels more like a small town than Collingwood has in the past few years. Sydney is a very busy tourist location, similar to Collingwood, with a population of close to 14,000, but which serves 42,000 people of the Saanich Peninsula. There are a lot of cars in spite of good transit system. Speed limits are mostly common, 40 and 30 kilometers an hour. It's a 20 kilometer hour in the subdivision my family member lives in. Where the speed limit's 50, traffic calming measures are often in place. The lower speeds do make it feel safer to walk and bike. It does feel like people, bikes, and cars share the pavement instead of roads being specifically for cars. Even as a driver, the pace feels more comfortable. So I really was hoping through this motion, as it says, to have staff provide advice to council on setting a townwide speed limit of 40 kilometers an hour. I would expect it's not going to be all roads in the town. It wouldn't make sense for all roads. And although my motion was drafted rather broadly, I just did it on the fly. But I'm really thinking of, and I know staff would as well, if they're looking at it, local roads and collector roads, right? Not arterial roads. And I also would be hoping for a quick turnaround on this. Many residents have written since this motion was tabled, and I know many of these comments council would have had a chance to have a look at. And some of them identified the advantages of this kind of speed limit. And notwithstanding, and I have to acknowledge Councillor Jeffrey's comment from earlier in the meeting, there are just bad drivers out there. And certainly that is true. But I think notwithstanding that, with the lower speed limit, at least we know if that accidents happen, regardless of good drivers or bad. And if an accident happens at a lower speed limit, it's just better for, anyone who happens to be on the bad end of that. So one email that I got early this morning, I hope it went to all of council, I can't tell. But anyway, she's identifying some of the advantages, and I'll just conclude my remarks by saying, one is residential areas are just that, neighborhoods filled with households who contain elderly, disabled, children, teenagers, pets, etc. These households live also in the streets, walking pets, playing, cycling to school, evening strolls. When cars travel through residential areas at speed, households are disrupted. Children who previously could walk to the park can no longer do so. Essentially, the community is disrupted and sense of neighborhood is gone. And also suggests that it's easy to say no, but it's bold and forward thinking to say yes. Many towns, cities are starting to see the sense of reducing speed and the positive impact on residential communities. I would love for Collingwood to join the early movers in rethinking residential planning. And lastly, I want you to imagine a Collingwood with its amazing attributes and how it might look in 5 years' time, Wouldn't it be nice to have cycling lanes integrated with trails to encourage in-town travel via bikes for all children and teenagers to safely walk, cycle to school on streets with less cars and slower cars? So anyway, with that, I'll just encourage my fellow councillors to support my motion and send this on to staff for a report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Councillor McLeod and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and a comment. And I think Chief Farr is with us. One of my questions is for Chief Farr.
Okay.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the fire chief. How many crashes were you called out to last year as part of emergency response in Collingwood?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor McLeod, I believe in my update with council that we did over 128 motor vehicle collision / pedestrian motor vehicle collision responses last year.
So 128 that involved people and
Yeah.
like pedestrians, or
Well,
or 128 crashes in overall?
yeah, it was, we call them motor vehicle accidents, and that can include vehicle to vehicle or vehicle to pedestrian.
Okay, so 128 total in the course of the year.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. My other question is for Councillor Jeffrey, who's chair of the Police Services Board. And I'm wondering if there's been discussion with the OPP regarding enforcement. Councillor Hamlin has talked a lot about the emails received, and I've received some emails as well. And many of the comments that I receive are about, you know, if we enforced the 50, we'd probably be okay. And I know that earlier tonight we saw a slide deck from the Police Services Board suggesting that 5,400 tickets were handed out in 2019, of course, 2020 being an odd year, out of a population of 19,000 people over the age of 18. Was there discussion of enforcement or increased enforcement when this traffic calming, or during the conversations that you've had this year with at the Police Services Board, Councillor Jeffrey?
Through you, Mayor Saunderson. Thank you, Councillor McLeod. So I can say that traffic enforcement is a constant conversation, one of our #1 conversations at the Police Services Board. And I do know that so far the recommendation has been continuing with police enforcement over even the automated enforcement system. But the discussions continue, but the police members are like any other, like our staff, resources, they only have so many, they can only be so many places at once, given the level of the other things that they are enforcing. And but it's a top priority with them, both the former acting detachment commander, and we have Inspector Shannon back now from her secondment, and they are all committed to enforcement. And you have to understand the numbers are broken down in 2 ways. There's the local enforcement, and then there's the statistics of the visitors to the area that drive those numbers up, and conversely our costs to our contract as well. So, but yes, enforcement is always a conversation at the Police Services Board.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, probably no way to tell how many of those 5,471 tickets were to locals and how many were to out-of-towners. There's probably no way to know that. Is there? And
I believe so. I believe we've seen that. And I'm just doing that from memory through Mayor Saunderson, and Mayor Saunderson's there as well, and he may have the same or a different recollection, but because of the addressing on the driver's licensings that the tickets go to, I think that breakdown is available to the Police Services Board.
Thank you. And I have one more question, but I'm not sure to whom to direct it. And so I will leave that, I think it might be to Director Slama. We do have places in town that are already 40 kilometers an hour. Do we?
Director Slama?
How many kilometers of our roads is that? Oh,
Go ahead.
Yeah, through the mayor, I don't have the exact kilometers. Our somewhat unofficial policy right now is we sign in front of schools and in front of parks 40 kilometers an hour. There are some exceptions that for whatever reason in the years past were signed at 40.
but every school and every park.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And they are community safety zones on top of that, so the fines are doubled.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. And so those are my questions. And so my comment is that we just passed moments ago our traffic calming policy, brand new, lots of work going into it, waited for it for a long, long time. I feel like we might want to see if it works before we override it with this. And so I wonder if I could get a seconder for a motion to defer for 6 months.
Councillor Berman. All right. You know what I might do? I'm just going to allow us to go around the table. I know the deputy mayor was lined up to see something, so I'll go for comments and then I'll entertain the motion. Councillor MacLeod. Go ahead, deputy mayor.
Thank you. Perhaps through you to Councillor Hamlin. I've got maybe a question or two and then a comment or two. And please know that these are coming from a position of support of your motion. Your reference to the city of Orangeville, I thought that was an excellent one in the context that I think it's a similar size from a population that in the last, say, decade, they've gone through incredible growth, and they have a very similar structure in terms of, you know, the size of their downtown and the arterial roads, including highways going through their community. So interesting to see that that community has recently adopted a similar policy where they've dropped the 50 to 40, with the exception of roads that, if I locally identified, appear to be similar to things like, obviously, the highway coming into town, maybe Poplar, the 10th concession that abuts Clearview. So I guess a question would be, and I just was curious, you make specific reference to Wasaga Beach, but the roads themselves, we abut Clearview, Blue, 2 counties, and the province. So is there merit in just part of the conversation having an outreach, at the very least, just an outreach to those other parties for comment? So I guess that would be the first question.
And that's directed to Councillor Hamlin.
Yes, please.
Thank you,
Okay.
through you, Mr. Mayor. The only reason, in fact, I debated taking that out. The only reason I put that in was that the consultant who was presenting the traffic calming report indicated they also had a retainer with Wasaga Beach. And so it just, I thought he was suggesting that we do that. So, but in the interim, I have thought we don't need to talk to anybody else. That would be my own view on that. I would even delete Wasaga Beach.
Okay, I just thought it's your motion. I'm not looking to amend or anything. I just wanted to ask that particular question. And then I think the other question I was going to ask, I'll just, in the interest of time, I'll just ignore, because I am supportive of this. My only comment would be that I think it's clear that from the community that the conversation about traffic calming, speed in particular, and the ability to reclaim our streets. You know, if we talk about a community that has progressed in the sense that the shipyards, the day of the shipyards are long beyond us or behind us. And yet one of maybe the legacies of the shipyards is that it was a place of employment where the vast majority of people would cycle to work. And, you know, this is not for tonight, but I think that there are some really exciting conversations to be had about what we could do within the community And, if it gets me voted out, so what? But I had tabled before about the idea about, one-way traffic at Sunset Point. And I think there are opportunities to look at, the downtown, that Pine and St. Marie could be one way, perhaps going south, and that your Ontario could in fact be one way going north. And what it would do is perhaps open up a lane that would be dedicated purely to cycling traffic. And I think the stats prove, and I think the letter that you wrote, that you read tonight, Councillor Hamlin, in speaking with that same resident, she had shared some comments in terms of things that I think that are readily available from a statistical standpoint about the fact that if, people are driving less, if they're driving slower, if they're using other means of transportation, they're more apt to do more things. So from a downtown perspective, they're more apt to actually shop and spend money. And so not only are we, from an environmental standpoint, being proactive from a traffic calming and public safety standpoint, being proactive, but we're actually supporting our downtown, and statistically it bears out that people spend more money. So there's lots of merits. And I have to admit, I don't know when it was posted, but when I got the council agenda the other day, I happened to be down with Gracie walking the dog. Gracie's the dog, by the way. And I looked up, and outside of Loblaw, it's 40 kilometers. I've never actually noticed that before. I don't know how long it's been there. I've driven in town for 25 years, and I didn't know that here in Ontario is actually marked as 40 kilometers already. And so I think it's a natural progression, and clearly we're hearing it from the community. So my final comment would be that I have tried to stay away from going online and reading comments. And it's really disappointing, Councillor Hamlin. I read some of the comments specifically directed at you because you were the name attached to this that were quite derogatory, inflammatory, etc. And it's really a shame because all you're asking is to have a conversation and to ask for a report. And kudos for you doing so. I think that it's an easy request, and it'll be exciting to see what staff have to come back with. And then at that point, we have a decision to make. And Orangeville is a great example. Thanks.
Are there any other comments? Go ahead. I've got Councillor Comey, then Councillor Jeffrey, and then Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate you offering the opportunity for comment before the deferral. That's truly appreciated, especially in light of what I would call a tremendous amount of written correspondence from our residents, at least that I have received and has been shared with me overwhelmingly in support of this. The first comment I'd like to make, and it seems fair enough that Councillor MacLeod will point out, the traffic common policy, or say, people say enforce the 50. I don't know how many times we keep repeating this. 50 is not an enforceable speed limit. Tickets are issued at 60 to 65 by the OPP and in our own traffic calming policy. So take 50, put that aside. It's like it's a suggestion because you're not going to get a ticket unless you're going over 60 or 65. And over again, we've tried to explain that is all but a certain fatal collision. It is most certainly a terrible injury. Speaking of those, so far, way back when we talked about 3rd Street, we'll recall that we had a mother come to us who spoke to us very passionately about her son being hit by a car. We've had a senior come to us and speak to us very eloquently and email us, and many of us reached out to her while she was in hospital over her terrible injury. And here today, within 1 hour of a friend of mine sending in an email in support of the 40 kilometer an hour, she FaceTimed me, and I thought it was an accident, but I took it. She had just been clipped by a car. She had just dropped her toddler at daycare. Her chariot on the back of her bike was completely tumbled over. The back of her bike was all tussed apart. She hadn't even called the police yet. She called me to say that this feels absolutely surreal. She was shaken. The whole neighborhood was out. Everybody had been absolutely terrified, including the driver, that there was still a child in the back of the chariot, and it was only by fluke that it wasn't. And I don't know how many more emails everybody else is comfortable getting saying there is almost certainly going to be an injury or worse in our town, and that speeding is a problem, and they're not referring to 50. So Vision Zero, which anybody can readily read up on, is exactly that. The idea that the only acceptable amount of data for our first responders to respond to is 0, because it's a terrible, terrible thing for them to deal with, including first responders in town who have said to me, I'm terrified I'm going to get that call on my own street or for a neighbor, because we are a small community and the impact is so much greater, because of course it's more personal. Of course it's even more relevant in a small community than a large one, because we're all neighbors. We are all connected. Now, sometimes we like to chime in about the United Nations and their sustainability effort. And I don't know how many know the United Nations is very much behind speed limits. Who knew? But they're even more bold than 40. They're going right for the 30. The director of social determinants of WHO, the World Health Organization, says the following: I call on authorities to reduce urban speed limits to 30, where pedestrians and cyclists mix with other traffic, as a step towards giving streets back to people and ensuring those streets are protective of health and the environment. And to the deputy mayor's point, low speed streets are streets for life. And I have a feeling there's a few meanings to that. I truly hope we don't defer this for 6 months, right through back to school season, right through the summer. And honestly, I respect the thought that we have this traffic calming policy, a traffic calming policy for proven speeds of 61 plus, that needs budget amount and a petition and some speed bumps. This is a brilliant fix, and I appreciate everything Councillor Helm has done. I sincerely thank the dozens and dozens of residents who have written in. And before I forget, on all matters related to this, I'd really would ask our clerk for a recorded vote. Thank you.
You're asking for a recorded vote on the, well, we're not dealing with the deferral, but are you asking for a recorded vote on the deferral?
Both items, please, yes.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So in the interest, as Councillor Comey always brings up, is that the staff and the amount of pressure and the amount of work they have to do that they're under. I'm wondering if the CAO and or Director Slama or Manager Velick could tell us the timing of such a report coming back to council.
Who will want to take that from staff? Director Slama?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can speak to that first, and CEO Skinner can add anything if she wishes. So we are, staff are working towards our priority projects for 2021. I almost said 2020, 2021. So those include our Maple Street as a bike priority street, the Niagara Huron crosswalk. We have the more recent motion from Deputy Mayor Hall regarding the Hamilton Drain crosswalk. So we have some information for that and looking to bring that staff report forward. And then of course there's the other, we're looking at traffic warrant counts, and if with the implementation of the traffic calming policy, any traffic calming measures that would come out of that. So those are the projects that we're focused on right now. So to prioritize this would mean you would need having to, direction to set one of those other priorities to delay them, I guess.
Follow up, Mayor Saunders?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so then Director Slama, without reprioritizing something, what would be the time frame? First quarter next year?
So I guess it would, through the mayor, I guess it would depend on the scope of your recommendation. So if you consider what Deputy Mayor Hall suggested, and whether the scope would be, do we provide a staff report that does some, research and investigation into the opportunity, or if you're looking for a staff report that makes a recommendation to change the speed limit townwide. I think Manager Valak and I had an opportunity to speak earlier today, and we talked about, what he would want to look at to really be comfortable making a recommendation one way or the other when we look at a townwide speed reduction. And so we talked about a safety audit of the town, like looking at the whole town and really quantifying the situation, right? So to do, some speed analysis through different parts of town, all of that would take time. And I would say more than 6 months to do that work, to really provide you with a report on a recommendation, right, to change to 40 or not. If you wanted us to look to do some preliminary research and provide some further information to council, that would be shorter.
Jeffrey?
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So then I guess I would need a clear understanding from Councillor Hamlin as to what she's expecting as the outcome and for the timeframes. And because I'm thinking right now, a 6-month deferral would simply be barely getting to staff's timelines anyway, unless we decide on a priority that we're going to shift. So I'd just like to hear from Councillor Hamlin on that.
Councillor Hamlin.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't thinking that we would need a safety audit to establish this. I can definitely see the advantage of a safety audit, but I'm more concerned in that regard about all the through traffic that's coming and that's filtering through our neighborhoods, because we don't have enough capacity on First and High and other streets. And that sort of leads, in my own mind, to the bypass. So that's all that part. What I'm thinking of in terms of moving to a 40 km/h is, the costs and the timelines to order signs. Because typically in that situation, you would have signs coming into, at all the entrances into the community. You would have a big sign. There would have be some statement saying, unless otherwise posted, it's 40. And then where all the 50s are right now, maybe you just leave the post, take off the sign, and you put 40s. I hadn't thought this would be a big exercise, to tell the truth, with a lot of thinking and maybe some budget numbers attached to it, which I hope would be very big. That was it. And timeline, I had hoped, and maybe something would have to be deferred depending on, how many hours would be take to do this. But I was, I would just hope that we could get this done by the fall.
Sir Jeffrey?
So I find it really difficult to vote on this tonight without really having a clear understanding as to the impact. I'm okay to defer it for up to 6 months, perhaps. And if staff could come back with a suggestion as to what they could do to fit that timeline, if it would help. But I just, I don't want to pick off of those other priorities. People have lobbied us a long time for those priorities, so I don't want to move one of them for a new one. So I guess it's going to for now, I think I can support the deferral because I don't think the conversation is going to happen for that time frame anyway, given what we need, but I'll wait for the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. In truth, there's really not a lot I can add. There's been some excellent arguments in favor of this motion made. I guess I am surprised about the anticipated amount of time and complexity to bring forward such change in speed limit, in that we have so many other communities now that have adopted Vision Zero policies, and Vision Zero has become pretty well a roadmap for how you do it. So I also would not have been anticipating this amount of research in terms of traffic counts and speed counts and accident counts, etc. That said, I would be prepared to wait what it takes to have this report come back to us rather than deferring it. Because I think we need to send a message to the community that we're listening and we want to take action and we want to have calmer streets.
Thank you. I'm going to look, I see your card, Deputy Mayor. I'm just looking to see if any council member who has not spoken yet would like to speak. Seeing none, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, this question is specifically for the CAO. And I just want to preface the question by saying that I appreciate the priorities that have already been identified, the staff time in terms of allocation, and I'm not looking to make any change in that regard. So when I ask this question, the question is not being asked from the context of, well, why can't staff do this? I am recognizing that staff have got a lot on their plate. So the question quite simply is, what's it going to cost to have a consultant hired to put a report together today so that we can get on with this?
CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor Hull. I don't know, I have not costed what that cost might be. And I don't think I'd like to hazard to take a guess, but you know, it's somewhere between 25 and 75 would be a really broad range of where that might fall. If we did do that type of an approach, we can't underestimate the requirement to liaise with staff to make sure that things are in line with the stuff that's already happened in Collingwood. So our traffic studies, our active transportation plan, our cycling plan, traffic calming, and you know, the type of things that have come in, as well as the procurement requirements. So it still does have some liaison into staff time. And I do understand the dilemma that council has here to figure out how to go forward, because we all have the same vision of what we want our community to be like. I think this is just one of the difficult decisions. So I hope that gives you a little bit to go on, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so I appreciate that. Thank you. So maybe through you to Councillor Hamlin, as it's her motion. And I'll preface it by saying, Councillor Hamlin, 1-0 Habs. I'll preface it by saying that I'd like to see this move forward. So is it in anyone's interest, or you of interest as the person who's moved this motion tonight, to request the CAO to come back with a costing to hire a consultant to move this forward, as opposed to deferring it for 6 months? Because we're not deferring it for 6 months. By deferring it for 6 months, 6 turns into 9, 9 turns into a year. So this is an issue that I'm pleased that the councillors brought forward. I feel strongly, and I'm more than happy to support it. But I think it has the ability to establish further benchmarks going forward and really demonstrate to the community that we're taking this particular issue seriously. And I'd be prepared to actually put some money where my mouth is to begin with. And failing that, then I renege on my previous comment, and maybe we do revisit the priority list and pull something out and swap it in for this.
Yeah.
I know Manager Valk wants to speak, so I'll go ahead, John.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Through you, I think I think we need to look at the practicalities before we dive into a lot of the details. And I think that really has to be at a staff level. You need to look at, what are the requirements under the Highway Traffic Act for signage? Are we going to have to put signs on every single street, on every single block? That could get very, very pricey very, very quickly. Also, do we want to define the scope of what we're looking at? Do we want to do a safety audit for the municipality, identify where all the accidents are happening, what are the speed limits on various streets around the municipality? Do we want to dive into that so we can better define what the problem is, and determine whether reducing the speed limit will actually address those problems? So I think kind of at the very least, a staff report outlining the practicalities and perhaps identifying what studies could be done and the costs associated with those studies would be a good step. I know I've spoken to Wasaga Beach already on this, and that's kind of the path they're taking. They're taking a broad level look at it and scoping out, what we may or may not want to study as part of this. So that would be kind of my comments on that.
Thank you, Manager Velek. And go ahead, Councillor McLeod.
So in light of these comments, I'm happy to refer back to staff to have them do as Manager Velek has just discussed with the scoping and the pricing and the rest of it, and see what we can come up with. My concern bringing this deferral was that we have a lot on our plate right now. And 7-hour meetings notwithstanding, there's a lot of information that is being requested of our staff. I'm looking at the pending list right now, and my head is spinning from it. Even imagining what we might take off the list and put in this place. However, if staff is happy to do that bit of work, I'm happy to refer this back to staff and have it figured out.
Yeah, through the mayor, I think it's, working with the consultant is going to take quite a bit of staff time, just working with them. So I'm not sure if it's going to be a huge time saver on this particular type of project. We have been short staffed for 6-10 months. We are hiring in the next few months. So I wouldn't want to promise anything this year. I think it would be first quarter next year would be, if I'm going to be realistic and honest, is really what it's going to be.
Thank you, Manager Velk. And just for clarification, the first quarter of next year would be the full workup, or would be an estimate on what would be involved in it would
be the estimate.
Be the estimate. Okay. Councillor Comey and then Councillor Hamlin.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you taking my comment. I just so our public watching and our colleagues at the table are clear, other towns did it like this. We're voting on 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit. Staff kindly tell us how much it'll be to replace all the signs. They come back with a number, 75,000, 25,000, depending. They vote, boom, it's done. If there's one thing our residents are absolutely at their maximum capacity at, in my opinion, are reports about reports about reports. It's like we named them off tonight. Active transportation framework, cycling master plan, just adopted traffic calming. And now we want a report about a report to calm our traffic. And we're going to get the report to suggest more reports at the start of next year. So again, I'm a little baffled by this. I don't think I'm oversimplifying. I feel like I've done a reasonable amount of research. It's completely within our purview to be able to drop the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour right now if we want to, and then staff's going to order the sign and it's a fait accompli. So I'm not sure how we got so derailed that we're going to get a report about possible consultation at the first of next year. So Councillor Hamlin, like, is your motion on the table? I don't know how we get it back on track to an actionable request, because I don't know, in light of 50-something emails, what it is we tell our public after this meeting, that staff agreed to prepare a report with possible consultation that they'll see in 2022. It seems like a super overcomplication. We either want to do this or we don't.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Hamlin.
Yeah, thank you for all these comments. I just want to go back and say that it was our consultant on traffic calming who pointed out that lower speed limits are, you know, well, the first advantage he listed of traffic calming was reduce vehicle speeds. That's why you do traffic calming. And the second thing is, he noted it improves neighborhood livability, which is the same thing as reducing traffic speeds. And I don't think we need to overcomplicate this. I do think there's problems. Just to give credence to what Manager Velek says, there are problems in our neighborhoods because of the amount of cars going through them that aren't local traffic. And I do think that needs to be addressed. And I do think a safety audit would be good, as well as traffic counts on our local streets, because our master traffic plans have only ever looked at our major streets, right? They've never looked at our neighborhoods. And that, to my mind, is a bit of a hole that we're now recognizing, you know, our residents are really concerned about. But I think to separate that from what I heard last week on traffic calming and why it's important to reduce vehicle speeds, you know, I think it's quite different. And I was hoping a staff report would not be giving us good reasons why we wouldn't want to do it or why we should consider 10 other things, but rather what the cost should be of moving ahead and what the timeline would be. So that would be my suggestion.
All right. Well, we've got a motion to refer. I'll look for a seconder for the motion to refer to staff. Councillor Jeffrey. And there's been lots of discussion. I don't think what we're hearing is that people are opposed to looking at this option. We have a number of plans that are being implemented, from the traffic calming to the active transportation to a number of other issues, and they're all intertwined. So I think that this is an interesting initiative, but I'm not. I think, you know, we need the information to make an informed decision. And so with that being said, I'm going to call the motion then to refer it to staff and I'll just, so I'm clear then, Councillor McLeod, referring it to staff for what type of report?
Oh, I'm already on. Well, yeah, to refer it to staff for there's the stuff that Manager Velek and Director Slama were talking about, like the scoping and what sorts of things would be required to make it happen.
Okay. And just so we're clear, Manager Velek, you indicated that report would be 6 months for the workup, or would it be a shorter time frame to give us just an outline of what might be necessary to move this forward? You're on mute, Manager.
My apologies. I think through Mayor Saunderson, I think a workup of what would be necessary can be done by the end of the year.
All right. That's the timeline then. Councillor Hamlin, you can have the last word.
I'm just wondering if this is the same as my motion. Is there something different between my motion and what we're voting on right now?
I'll put that through to Manager Velek. The workup that we're looking at, is it any different than asking the staff report that's initially requested in the motion?
I don't think it's any different.
Okay, well, that's a helpful clarification then.
I don't.
Okay, Councillor Director Slama, and then I see the Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, my apologies. I think we do need clarification from Councillor Hamlin again, because I believe that she's requesting a report, that staff bring forward a report for the cost to implement the change. Whereas Manager Velick is suggesting a report on the practicalities of implementing. Or maybe I'm just confused.
All right, well, I'll look to Councillor Hamlin for the clarification then.
My referral though.
Very complicated. I know staff wants to, I can hear Manager Velick wants to weigh in on this. And I'm, not opposed to that, but I don't want it to be a long way in. And I also want it to be with the costs involved. So, maybe I just sort of cut this baby in 10 different pieces, but let's, if it can be done by the end of the year, I think that would be great. If he wants to weigh in on what he thinks council needs to know about that, that's fine. But I also would like the costing included and what would be involved from a practical point of view. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, and through the mayor, I think I can, we can provide the costing. That's no problem, and we can provide the options should council wish to pursue further data collection. And we can provide those options as well.
All right. So Councillor McLeod, it sounds like we're getting a mixture, a hybrid of the referral as well as Councillor Hamlin's motion. So I think it's getting rolled into one. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think why I wanted to refer it back to staff is because I don't want tomorrow's headline to be council voted to take the speed limit down to 40, because it's not going to be everywhere. Where is it going to be? It's already 40 a bunch of places. So I want some specifics. I want to make a decision based on facts, not on feelings. And I think it's important that we have those facts. And so if perhaps Councillor Hamlin wants to modify her motion to include a collection of more facts and not just make it 40 like Wasaga, or make it 40 and talk with Wasaga, then I can support that. But I want, like in Orangeville, it's not all 40. Broadway's not 40. And there's several other streets that aren't 40. So it wouldn't be 40 everywhere in Collingwood either. So that's not the message that I want to send, that we're doing that. The message that or what I would like to do is have all the facts about what can be done, what cannot be done, what it's going to cost. Is it going to be $4 million for signs? I don't know. That's the sort of thing that I would like to find out. I'm happy to support this motion in theory, but I want to know some facts.
Yes, and so Councillor Hamlin, what we've just heard, is that incorporated in your motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. So we're incorporating that in the motion. I think staff have an understanding of what we're talking about in terms of this report, that it's looking at the costing, but it's also looking at the data for the informed decisions and recommendations, I think is what I'm hearing. And if that is satisfactory to Councillor Hamlin, then I think we're good.
Great. Oh, I'd like to clarify that the collection of that data will require budget. That was not included in, like, if we're going to collect speeds throughout the municipality and we're going to sort through the thousands of accidents that have occurred over the years, that's going to take time and money.
Oh.
So I can provide an estimate in this report as to what that encompasses.
So, yeah, go ahead, CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. I I mentioned a little earlier, and it does mention in the traffic calming report, that traffic calming was part of a bigger picture where we do look at safety, overall safety, and things like livability in a bigger picture. I think that staff need some time to think through these options and to bring them back in a digestible, well thought out way for council. So if there's a way that we can, generally set that wording, we'd be happy to come back with the costs, the timing, the studies, how it fits into the bigger picture, how it links to traffic calming, and our vision of our community. We'd be happy to do that. The timing to do that, we could say no later than the end of the year, and we could, because it precedes a study, we may be able to do that a little more quickly, but I'd want to talk to Manager Velick and Director Slama first. But I do think that given the conversations today, we could come back with something pretty coherent for you to read in advance and consider. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And based on that clarification, Councillor Hamlin, would that be the type of staff report that you're looking for then?
Well, I can see we're all over the place on this, and we're going to need some guidance. I'm wondering if we could get some preliminary report, and this is through you, Mr. Mayor, to our CAO, on what exactly, a further staff report would look like in rather short order, so that we know that we're all on the same page about what staff's thinking and what they're going to be looking at. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask.
CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Hamlin. Yes, I think that we could, if we were to simply move this to the next meeting, we could provide a brief update that covers what a report would be, the timing it would take, and what the cost may be. And we're not, I don't want to present this as a report on a report. I just want to present this as a way to provide more clarity on what can be provided and when.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think that would be an appropriate way if this could come back to our next meeting with this kind of report that CAO Skinner's talking about. I think that would give us a bit of a roadmap to choose from at least, and be able to move forward.
All right. So I think that's a referral back to staff for a report on what this might entail to come back on our next council meeting. And so Councillor McLeod or Councillor Hamlin, whoever wants to put that on the floor, we can get this dealt with. All right. And I've got the deputy mayor who wants to speak, and then we'll move on to the vote.
Just a very brief final comment. There's been reference to a timeline of the end of the year. And if this matter is the will of council to have it deferred, or if it can't be brought forward any earlier, I would hope that it would be part of a budget and not the end of the year. Thank you.
Duly noted. All right, then. So we've got the referral back to staff for a report by the next meeting on the floor. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor. That is carried. Thank you. This brings us to item 10.2, which is the road management action on invasive Phragmites. Councillor Rory, this is your motion. It's pretty long, so I'm going to hand it over to you to read it in.
Thank you, Worship. And as soon as my computer unfreezes, I will read it. Okay, so please don't be daunted by the length of the motion. The ask is actually quite simple. Whereas Phragmites australis is an invasive perennial grass that continues to cause severe damage and has been identified as Canada's worst invasive plant species by Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. as it results in loss of biodiversity and species richness, loss of habitat, threatens wetlands, is an increased fire hazard due to combustibility of its dead stalks, and can have an adverse impact on agriculture, particularly in drainage ditches. And whereas Phragmites occupies thousands of hectares of land throughout South and Central Ontario, and the Georgian Bay area is particularly affected by Phragmites australis, with more than 700 stands along the shorelines and multiple visible stands on the highways and roads that threaten sightlines, valuable infrastructure, and wetland areas. And whereas volunteers, non-governmental organizations, and various municipalities have invested tens of thousands of dollars in cash outlay and labor annually for more than 8 years in executing management plans to control invasive Phragmites on roads, coasts, shorelines, and in wetlands. And whereas roads and highways where Phragmites are left untreated become spread vectors that continually risk new and treated wetlands and coastal shoreline areas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Collingwood supports the resolution attached hereto from the Township of the Archipelago, and direct staff as well as encourage the County of Simcoe to implement measures that will help prevent the infiltration and spread of invasive Phragmites in our community, as promoted by the Ontario Phragmites Working Group and other expert bodies, through the insertion of clean equipment protocols in operations and third-party tenders, and ensure appropriate oversight. That the Council of the Town of Collingwood requests the Ontario Ministry of Transportation to map and treat invasive Phragmites annually on its highways, communicate their strategy on mapping and controlling invasive Phragmites on provincial highways, provide and post results by each MTO region, and work in coordination with other municipalities, with other counties and regions. And further that, the Council of the Town of Collingwood requests all levels of government to consider funding and or other supports to aid municipalities in managing invasive Phragmites at the local level. And further that, and I forgot to flag the fact that there's slight modification to this motion, as I am not asking for this to be sent to all municipalities, as we have agreed in previous motions. So the last line reads, and further that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Minister of Transportation, Ontario Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, sorry, there's a glitch there. County of Simcoe, Climate Change Canada, MPP Jim Wilson, MP Terry Dowdall, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Yeah, well, we'll get a seconder for your motion and then you can speak to it.
Thank you.
Councillor McLeod, go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. In effect, this proposal purports to do three things. For this community, this municipality, to acknowledge that Phragmites is a serious problem and has become Ontario's worst invasive species, that municipalities are now challenged beyond capacity to deal with Phragmites locally, and that the only way forward is to ask the assistance of both the federal and provincial governments. And finally, the action that we would take at the local level in the interim would be to do what we can do to limit the spread by adopting best management practices when it comes to developer, builder, contractor vehicles, adopting a clean vehicle policy, including and clean equipment protocols. And the support of this resolution has no immediate budget implications.
All right, thank you, Councillor Doherty. Council, questions or comments? Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, I was distracted by the Habs second goal. Could the councillor reread her motion in, please? I didn't get that. So
That's shorter than the one that we were sent.
all good.
Right, yeah. Any other comments or questions, council, before I call the vote? Seeing none, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. 10.3.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Water treatment plant UV purification system. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Whereas the GHD report has identified an alternate action option with respect to increasing water capacity in the shorter term, which was not identified to or considered by council as a recommendation to council in the ICBL staff report during the April 26-21 meetings. And whereas the use of a UV purification system will eliminate the capacity differential between winter and summer water supply and increase capacity significantly, not only in the short term, but for the long term, in a period of time, potentially 2 years sooner than the chlorination contact tank. Now, therefore, be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with an independent RFP to build by addition to the existing Collingwood water treatment plant a UV purification system for completion estimated to require a 1-year period. And so I move it. I'll need a seconder.
All right, I'll look for a seconder for Councillor Jeffrey's motion. Councillor McLeod. Councillor Jeffrey, you want to start off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So just by way of due diligence, I think in this case, we owe it to the community and particularly to the development industry to leave no stone unturned in finding ways to accelerate our water capacity woes, given the situation that we're in. And I think that now Councillor Hamlin's previous motion on third party did provide for an oversight of alternates to the suggested recommendation by staff, but I would really like to ensure, and I think as Councillor Comey pointed out, there's only one vendor, so the RFP process would give us an opportunity to be very clear on what the vendor can supply, what the complexities are, and what the cost is, so that we can seriously consider it as opposed to estimates. And I find things, the deputy mayor made a comment earlier about things getting delayed and being passed out or passed on, and it just gets that feeling that everything takes this delay on. And I would like this process so we can do our due diligence in a timely fashion, have the facts, and then make the decision as to whether it's, and maybe even take the opportunity to consult with the industry who are partners in our trying to fix this capacity problem in whether it's really a practical thing to proceed with. I foresee that it is, but I'm only one, and I would really like the information to make that decision on. That's the crux of it.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Council, questions or comments? Got Councillor Berman, then Councillor Doherty, and then Councillor Comey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. Through you, I guess, to Peggy, when she was doing her presentation on the staff report on UV, the very last slide that said conclusions, I don't know if, Peggy, if you can just tell me I'm wrong or pull the slide again, but I thought 4 of the 5 conclusions on that last page were opposed to doing this. So I just want to maybe see the slide, or you can say yes or no, that wasn't in the right order and the right timing to do this.
Director Slama? You're muted.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Berman. So yeah, in the report, in the conclusions of the staff report this evening, we've suggested that moving forward with this consideration under the RFP for the water treatment plant would be the more cost-effective and time-effective option.
Follow up, Councillor Berman?
No, thank you. Glad I didn't mistake that. So for that reason alone, I wouldn't support this. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Worship. While I appreciate the intent behind this motion, absolutely, and I applaud Councillor Jeffrey for herself looking to turn over rocks. I am concerned about this motion in that I feel like it's a duplication of effort, in that the consideration of a UV system and an additional chlorine tank both will be covered and evaluated in the RFP that's already been issued. That's number one. And my second fear, and my even bigger fear, is that this would take away focus, take away effort, and God forbid, take away time from our primary intent, which is to get an expanded water treatment plant ASAP. And I just feel like anything that gets in the way of that is not acceptable. Perhaps I could ask Director Slama if she could comment on whether those concerns are legitimate, or whether she feels that this is a very worthwhile exercise.
Slama.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Doherty. So, yeah, as alluded to or mentioned by Councillor Berman, I think that the staff report did touch on those aspects earlier tonight. We did note the concerns that you mentioned. So moving forward with a separate RFP process would require staff to, staff time and effort. It could potentially derail us from aspects of the water treatment plant expansion, and that goes beyond just our own staff effort, but even as if we were to move forward with two separate projects. So those are concerns of ours from a staff perspective. And again, we feel that the inclusion of this alternative in the RFP is serving the purpose that council's looking for. It is, we have asked for that opportunity to be reviewed, and in a couple of weeks we're going to receive the proposals from the consultants. And as I mentioned earlier, that is when we will see what they propose, and they may not propose this option in particular, but we do expect them to propose whatever they feel is the best way to bring on additional capacity as soon as possible.
Councillor Doherty.
No, thank you. I have to admit that I was very supportive of this motion until I saw the staff report tonight. But now I feel that staff have it covered. Thank you.
Councillor Comey.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Well, first, I want to say something similar to what Councillor Doherty said. I didn't vote in favor of the ICBL, but I'm absolutely in favor of doing everything possible to move this plant forward. So I certainly don't want Councillor Jeffrey to think I would do anything to impede that. And similar to what Councillor Doherty said, I very much appreciate the spirit of her efforts here. But having said that, Director Slama, I know you didn't, I kind of wish you did, bring the part of the verbiage of the RFP that really spoke to this. And maybe it's not crystal clear, like are we, because I just want to be certain if I don't vote for this, and I appreciate it and I take you at your word, but you're telling me somewhere in there, it might actually say, and consultant shall return with a report looking at, and it expressly says chlorination or UV, and will return to us with the best cost effective, that we can rest assured you got this covered, and this would be a duplication of effort. Because I'm going to pin a second question to that, which says, would you build this RFP package, or would you have to kind of sub it out and get some assistance preparing a package that speaks to this? Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I didn't say that.
Go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you, Mayor. If Manager McGinnity is still with us, I think I'll ask her to speak to Councillor Comey's questions.
Thank you, Director Slama, and through your worship to Councillor Comey. Yes, the RFP explicitly states that we have asked the respondents to consider when they're preparing the proposals, how we can bring additional capacity online, and specifically stated we wanted them to consider advancing the construction of the UV component of the treatment plant expansion, and also consider advancing the construction of the chlorine contact tank as part of that analysis. So we're looking forward to seeing what they provide in their proposals. And, you know, also as Director Slama mentioned, the project delivery method as well, looking at alternative project delivery methods that could help us expedite the construction as well. So those are all things that we have absolutely incorporated as part of that RFP document, and we'd be happy to share it with you. It's a public document. We could share it with council at following this meeting if that's something that you would appreciate. And secondly, in response to preparing the documentation to an RFP specifically for the addition of UV as a separate project. Yes, so staff would have to prepare an engineering services RFP for the design of that work, to be able to hire an engineering firm to come in, look at everything, figure out where it was going to go, spec everything. And then also we'd have to get their assistance with amending our municipal drinking water license and drinking water works permit. So all these things would need to be approved and in place before issuing the tender, where we would then have to hire a contractor to come in and build. So there's two separate procurement processes. And there may even be a third, depending on, we look at the equipment. It sounds like it could be a sole source for the UV if this is something. So then that would be a separate procurement process as well. We would have to define the sole sourcing of this UV equipment, say why it was required, and then spec that as part of the tender document for construction. So it's a fairly lengthy process. I know nobody likes to hear things take time, but you know, we have these rules, we have to follow them and demonstrate our due diligence and compliance.
Okay, that's through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great answer. And you know, I don't think anyone here wants to be, you know, logging on to Bidingo and downloading all these, but I feel comfortable in your response. If you don't mind, Councillor Jeffrey, I'm just gonna oh my gosh, I just did, Councillor Jeffrey. I just lost my thing completely. But I felt like it was a good one. That's all right. But shoot. All right. No, that's okay. Thank you so much, though. That was a fulsome answer. And Councillor Jeffrey, with those comments, I apologize. I do feel it sounds like both an additional cost and more time from staff. Oh, I got it. Thank you so much. I am slightly concerned. I'm just sharing a comment with staff. If there's this one magical vendor that provides these UV filtrations, I hope we don't want to hear back that we got these RFPs in and no one mentioned UV as an option because they couldn't find this one magical vendor. So I hope as staff is reviewing those packages when they come in, that if you know who it is, that somehow you're providing that information back. I think the biggest concern is we're going to get something back and not even hear it as an option because no one knew there was this one magical vendor that made very small UV filtration option solutions. Is my only thought. When it's super niche like that, it might be easy to miss. And that's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So I just want to clarify because those were great points by Councillor Comey. So the RFP specifically says or asks about the integration of UV purification into the plant, but done ahead of time, as same as the contemplation for the chlorination tank ahead of time.
Director Slama.
Yes, through the mayor, that is correct.
So all of the, sorry, through you, Mayor Saunderson. So all of the timing that you, and I feel quite special to tell you to do a notice of motion and get an entire staff report for my motion before. But anyway, so if that's absolutely the case, as Councillor Comey has asked to be confirmed, and there's only one vendor, we would be getting the same answer in my mind at this point. But if the mayor has any points to make speaking last, then I'll just wait for a minute before I say anything more.
Manager McGinnity has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Jeffrey, the opportunity we're hoping to take advantage of with incorporating it in the treatment plant expansion RFP is that we would be looking at the ultimate treatment plant design. So instead of having to incorporate the UV within the existing envelope, there might be an opportunity to build, as they build the expansion, bring this new equipment online sooner, which opens the door for different UV units to be purchased. We wouldn't be limited to that one smaller UV system. So instead of having to rearrange all the piping and move pumps and stuff, we're looking at increasing the overall plant size as part of this expansion project. So if there is a way that we can incorporate bringing in that treatment, the UV disinfection component as part of the expanded project online sooner than the end of 2025, that's what we've asked them to look at. If that helps clarify.
Yep. Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor McLeod.
I'm trying to understand what's going on here because I'm the one who seconded it, but let's have the conversation. So there's a report that we never knew about from these GHD people who said there was a solution to our water crisis that was slowly creeping up on us that we never did anything about. But now in the RFP for the big plant that that's gonna solve all our problems sometime in 2025 or early 2026 is the solution that GHD identified in the first place that might come online prior to 2025/2026. Is that what the answer to this motion is from our staff? That you're already doing the thing that was in the report that we never found out about?
Director Slama.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the GHD report that staff had completed to look at interim options did review a variety of alternatives. And at the time, the alternatives that were options, such as implementing UV disinfection or constructing additional chlorine contact tankage, at the time were determined, I guess at the time were considered in context with the water treatment plant expansion moving forward, right? So when we looked at these interim solutions, they weren't a quick, easy option to implement. And when we looked at that in context of the expansion, the recommendation by GHD and accepted by staff at the time was, yes, let's move forward with the plant expansion because that's our ultimate solution. These two disinfection options are going to be included, yes, in that ultimate solution, but it was not to implement something in the interim. And that information wasn't presented to council at the time because we weren't proposing any change to what we were doing. We were moving ahead with the plant expansion, and so there was nothing different to present to council at the time. And but you know, as we have advanced in our knowledge of the available water capacity, we've looked at all these different components. And in the April report that we brought forward, we did include that, mention that there was this GHD option. And so part of the results from the April report were discussions with our local engineering community. And that's one spot where, or one opportunity where the question was asked, could this UV option really be implemented sooner and quicker and provide us some capacity? So with Councillor Jeffrey bringing her motion forward, staff wanted to provide some more background information for Council's consideration as they looked at Councillor Jeffrey's motion. And so that's why we brought forward the staff report, so we could summarize more information from that DHD report, speak to some of the complexities of the UV option, talk about how things have changed in the last couple of months even, right? And even in the month since April, what we have done to try and address our winter, not just our capacity limitations, right? By advancing the expansion sooner, but also trying to address the winter limitations. And we also tonight in the report mentioned that when we looked at some forecasting of the pace of developments, we have a bit of time, right? We feel we have a couple of years, and or we can work within the available capacity that we have for a couple of years. And if we can bring on additional capacity, you know, by 2023, then that's when we're going to need it. So I would not say that the water treatment plant expansion will definitely include the advancing of the UV option, right? That we will see what is brought forward with us in the proposals. It may be that is something that is brought forward, and it may not be. But we do expect proposals from the consultants that offer us some advance capacity coming online sooner than we expect.
Councillor?
Thank you. I'm just absorbing, and so if I can repeat back to you what I think I heard you just say, is that we don't actually have a capacity problem right now. We don't have a capacity problem until 2 years from now. And we've already put out the RFP for the thing that's going to get us the capacity we need to get us to the new building in 2025/2026. Is that what is that? Am I right there? Did I hear that right?
Through the mayor. So we have some available capacity today for development, right? So go ahead, CAO Skinner. Maybe you might be able to explain it better.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor McLeod, I hope this is helpful. I know you're very familiar with the 1,092 number, which is the single development units that we have available if we increase the chlorine. And so at, you know, and maybe a normal pace of development, that might get you to 2 years potentially, 2 more years of development. But council's dilemma, and a very important dilemma, is that you have to get to the end of 2025 with, say, 2 years worth of water. And then with a UV system or an advanced chlorine contact tank, you get the 700 and something more units of water, which is year and a half more water, which means that you still don't get all the way to 2025 at the pace of development that we'd like to see, and certainly not the pace of development at which we've been accepting applications. So regardless of anything that happens here today, we still need those planning tools in the ICBL to look at, you know, how we will manage the water. However, with the pace of development well managed, we can get through the next couple of years, potentially to that winter of 2023, before more water needs to be brought online, such as through a UV or chlorine contact chamber. Is that helpful? Different words from a different person.
Councillor?
Thank you. you can understand my trepidation when 1,048 one week becomes 1,091 the next week, and that sort of thing. So I'm having trouble sorting all these things out and getting them straight in my head.
CAO?
The difference between the 1,048 through you, Mayor Saunderson, and the 1,092 is simply because council took off the one of the clauses in the ICBL when you made the decision, the one about building permits already submitted. So that was how much water was in those building permits already submitted up to the date of April 20th. So that was just because there'd been an adjustment to the ICBL.
Thank you. I knew it was somewhere.
He was somewhere, yes.
And so my final question on this point should be fairly simple, I think. Is what is contained within Councillor Jeffrey's motion already happening in the RFP that is out there?
Director Slama?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, Council? I have some questions. So picking up on the last question by Councillor McLeod, and under the current RFP structure, is the timing impacted versus pursuing a separate RFP for this UV filtrate disinfection? Because my understanding is this disinfection system will give us another 857 odd units, which now takes us to over 1,900 units. And we're talking, when we look at our exemptions, and we're talking when we look at our allocation process, about 1,091. And it seems to me that the quickest way that we can get additional units online is something that we owe to this community. So in answer to Councillor McLeod's question, you said that currently Councillor Jeffrey's motion is covered by the current RFP. What are the timing implications of that RFP process as it stands now?
If I may, Your Worship, I'll ask Manager McGinnity to provide that answer for you.
Okay, Manager McGinnity.
Yes, so thank you, Your Worship. The RFP currently is scheduled to close on June 10th. So we're expecting to have submissions by then, and it takes a couple weeks, potentially interview process, and then award. So we hope to have the engineering contract awarded midsummer. If that answered your question.
Does in part.
Okay.
And I guess if the RFP comes back with a UV disinfection process, are we asking them to implement it or retrofit the existing plant, or are we asking them to make that as part of the new expanded plant that will come online at the end of 2025? In other words, I want to understand when these things are going to be implemented, assuming that one of the RFP responses includes a UV filtration option.
So as a follow-up then, Your Worship.
Sure.
In terms of I can't comment specifically on the schedule, but there are, because it'll depend on what these firms propose, but the opportunity to include UV is part of the ultimate design solution, as was identified in the environmental assessment process. So this is part of our new upgraded treatment plant will include UV disinfection. And we don't know at this point whether the engineers may find an opportunity to incorporate it in the existing building envelope to help advance it, or if there will be other aspects of construction that they could advance to incorporate UV disinfection. So I can't specifically comment on the schedule, but I would expect that any solution, one or the other, if it's the chlorine contact tank, UV disinfection, other ways of advancing construction, that we would have that additional winter disinfection capacity available by winter 2023, 2024, when we expect to require it in terms of forecasted development needs.
Thank you. And CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I want to be crystal clear on your question as well. And I have read the RFP. So I wanted to clarify We've been very clear in the RFP about the advanced use of UV, but I don't think we've been as crystal clear as we could be, and there may be an opportunity for an addendum around the use of UV in the existing plant. So I just wanted to propose that to our engineers to see if that was something we wanted to make even more clear to the consulting firms that are bidding on this contract. If that's okay, thank you.
Then I might look to Councillor Jeffrey then on your motion. If it's specifically added to the existing RFP at a retrofit for the UV filtration in the existing plant, would that satisfy your motion today, Councillor Jeffrey?
I think so.
All right. So then maybe you might amend, and since we've got the motion on the table, if it's a friendly amendment, that the wording be added to the existing RFP, that that the proponents look at a UV retrofit to the existing plant as part of their proposals. Then I think, and if that's okay with the seconder, then I would propose that we call the vote on this. So you're comfortable with that, Councillor Jeffrey?
I am, thank you.
Yes. And who is the seconder? Are you comfortable with that, Councillor McLeod?
I am. So we're basically just changing the final, now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to proceed with an
amendment to the existing RFP to include a UV filtration retrofit to the existing plant as part of the current RFP. And I think that's the clarification I got from CAO Skinner. So CAO Skinner?
Yes, to be clear, thank you. I wanted to put it in as one of the things that the bidders would consider as part of their proposal for advanced works, not to require the bidders to include it, because I think there's some engineering judgment yet among the best options to council to advance water supply. Just to be clear. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Just a recorded vote. Thank you, Mayor Saunderson.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we owe it to our community to pursue every option possible. This is the top priority for our staff and council at this time. So with that being said, I will call the vote then. All in favor? And opposed? Duly noted. That is carried. And I've got first the Deputy Mayor and then Clerk Almas. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I think a requested vote was.
Oh, sorry. Why my mistake? It was a recorded vote. Now I know why. The clerk had her hand up. Go ahead, Clerk Almas.
Certainly, a recorded vote was requested. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your yes cards. Thank you. And all those opposed, please raise your no cards. Thank you. Motion is carried.
I think I spoiled the suspense. My apologies. All right, and that brings us then to item 10.4, the Interim Director of Planning and Building Services, Deputy Mayor Hall. Pass it over to you.
Thank you. Perhaps through you, Mayor Saunderson, if appropriate, I'd be in a position to move this to our next council meeting, the 21st of June, based on the update that was provided by the CAO as to her steps or her plan of action as it relates to this specific portfolio. And if appropriate, maybe she could make a few comments publicly as to what that plan is.
CAO Skinner.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we've been working very hard to make sure that we have a qualified Director of Planning, Building and Economic Development. So the posting is open right now. We encourage anyone listening that knows highly qualified persons who want to work in an absolutely wonderful town to apply and to send it to people they think would be interested. We've received 6 applications so far, and there's another number of days before that closes. In the interim, once that closes, it'll take a few weeks to run the interviews. And assuming that we do find someone, that person probably wouldn't be on board till around the end of July, knowing that they'd have to give notice to their current employer most likely. And on top of that, I have been working with a few folks to see if I could hire an interim director, someone who was highly qualified just to help things move through the processes in the 6 to 8 weeks that we think will be without the new director. And I have I think found someone, but I would need to confirm that just to make sure that we do have someone, and that person, should we not be able to fill the position, could stay on while we looked at other alternatives, because it's very important to have someone in this position. Meanwhile, we are also have our official plan consultant, Ron Palmer, and his firm, and we're in the process of hiring an expert to help guide the interim control bylaw land use planning study through its process as fast as can be completed. And I think that's a pretty fulsome reply on the things that we have in flight. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, any follow-up?
No, thank you. I appreciate the reply or the update. And if it's procedurally appropriate, I'd still like to keep this on the agenda but move it to the 21st of June.
Yes, I look to the clerk, but I think we can do that. We're getting nods, so we will do that. That motion will be then brought back on June 21st. That brings us to item 11, notices of motion. I'm not aware of any. Anyone with a notice of motion? The county report, I think given the hour, we will defer on that. Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I did want to bring forward a notice of motion.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I don't have it prepared. I think I have it prepared upstairs, but we'll see how it goes. It is specific to Finlay Drive. I'd appreciate if actually staff gave consideration to Peel Street as well. And what I'm looking at is to have something in, if I work backwards, what I'm looking to have is something in place by the end of August, let's call it Labor Day, prior to school, the children going back to school. So if I look at the calendar in terms of our next meetings, I fully appreciate that this is a very tight timeline, but what I think I'm asking for is pretty straightforward. So I'd like to have a report from staff to development operations on June the 14th, so that it can be either approved or moved forward in whatever form to council for consideration on June the 21st. And all I would simply like is the following. I would like staff to prepare a report that gives us options and costing as it relates to flexible, or I'm going to call them, I guess, movable items that can be used for traffic calming. So I'm not interested in speed bumps, but I am interested in speed humps, tables, although I recognize that tables are more of a permanent structure, or at least the ones that I have seen in Wasaga Beach. I'd be interested in things like I had forwarded to the CAO, simple things like median strips that simply identify the speed limit and are posted down the midway of the road itself, as well as items that can be put in place on a temporary basis that provide bump outs that force traffic to actually slow and create medians where people feel safe to cross the road. And so on Finlay Street, I'm thinking in particular of the school, the Catholic elementary, the French Catholic elementary school, as well as the one at the corner of Saunders and Finlay, which would be St. Mary's. And then on Peel Street, I'd like to see the same thing replicated from Hume Street traveling south to the corner of Collins. And I'd like to have consideration given as to humps that would be put in place that would potentially create some traffic calming solutions. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Jeffrey.
I'm just wondering if the deputy mayor would include by friendly amendment to his notice of motion the school districts, because there are problems at the Admiral School with the bend on Lockhart Road. I think it would be fair just to say we assess the school safety zones, period. I hope.
Excellent.
All right, I will leave it to the deputy mayor to liaise with the clerk to put that in wording. Go ahead, Clerk Almas.
Certainly, Your Worship, as long as council is amenable to have this come forward then on the June 3rd council meeting. Otherwise, they wouldn't be voting on the notice of motion until June 21st. So if there's no concerns there, it would be, we could include it on the 3rd.
Deputy Mayor, any issue with that? Okay, all right. And then we'll be back on June 3rd at the special meeting, is what you're saying. Okay. All right, we're going to defer the county report. I think given the hour, we will push the in-camera session to the next council meeting, I guess the next regular council meeting, which would be June 21st. Is that right, Clerk?
Your Worship, again, looking at the limited items, since it was through an SIC today, if council is amenable, the sooner we can make a decision, so we could potentially add it to the 3rd this Thursday, when we issue the agenda tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Unless there's any complaints with that, objections, we'll do that. And that brings us to old or deferred business. And we have 13.1.1 staff report on the Community Builders Forum. This is Councillor Hamlin's motion that was deferred at your request, Councillor before. So I'll pass the floor to you.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I'm asking for is a staff report on how best to implement a Community Builders Forum be provided to council at staff's earliest convenience. And this arose out, you may recall, out of the presentation that the Georgian Triangle Development Institute made to our council. I believe they described it as a 10-point plan to get more housing built in our community. And one of their asks was for a community builders forum. And so I asked for it to be deferred so I could just reach back out to Robert Voigt, who made this suggestion, and ask him exactly what it was he had in mind so I could explain it a bit better for my motion. So I did speak to him, and what he told me was that this wouldn't be a complicated exercise, that it would be open to, as he said, anyone, not just staff or interested councillors, but members of the community who might have ideas or concerns about development, that he hoped the meetings would be quarterly, that other municipalities are doing this, that council would be there just to listen, in his view, that they had lots of chance to debate and discuss at council meetings, and that that he hoped that, you know, it could get started before the end of the year. So that was all my comments. So I'm just asking for council support for this staff report on how best to implement the Community Builders Forum.
Do we have a seconder? Okay. And I think Councillor Berman, go ahead.
Thanks. Just sort of repeating what we talked about at the last meeting. I totally support the Community Builders Forum, and I guess through you to the CAO, my thought 2 weeks ago was, do we need to delay doing this to get a staff report, or is this something you can just do or are in fact already doing? Because I totally support what Councillor Hanlon's saying. I just want it to happen as quickly as possible.
CAO Skinner. You're muted, Sonia.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Berman. I'm of two minds on this one. I think that talking to the community about development and talking to developers about development is a really positive thing. It's something that we want to do. and I don't have a concern with the notice of motion as it's written, largely because it doesn't have a due date, which gives us some time to put together our thoughts on this. So I thought, we would be meeting a couple of times in relatively short order with the development community to talk about the interim control bylaw and the land use study. And that as we transitioned out of that and finalizing the official plan, we could really get down to business and start up these regular meetings. Do we need a staff report? We don't absolutely need one, but I feel like the kind of conversations that we occasionally get into where we haven't sort of thought through all the options and looked at who was going to do what, it may be better to have a staff report put together that really just kicks us off and sets the expectations. I don't want to do staff reports for nothing, but there is, there can be a bit of work involved in this, doing this and doing it right and making sure people are heard. Thank you.
Councillor Berman, follow up? Nope, you're good. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question similar to that of Councillor Berman just now, so I have an answer to it. My other thought was if the Development Institute has an idea about such a forum, why could they not make a submission to the CAO on an entity and a format and avoid having to ask the CAO to do yet another staff report? At least she could respond, or whomever, Director of Planning, whoever, could respond yay or nay to the, as opposed to having to create one.
CAO.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Doherty. Be very pleased to assess a proposal from the Georgian Triangle Developers Institute if they did have some thoughts on how this could go forward. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Hanlon, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be a problem. I'm happy to call Mr. Voigt back. His view, he thought it would be quite easy. He was happy to actually arrange the meeting using his phone and right then. So, and he had an idea for 3 or 4 standing agenda items. And so I'll just ask him to send that through to CAO Skinner. Thanks.
All right. Well, that being the case, then I'm not sure we need to call a vote on the motion. If we're going to be looking at Mr. Voigt to submit a proposal, then we'll look to staff to come back to us with comments on the status of that. And I'm seeing nods there, so thank you for that. Other business, I think we have Director Culver, report from you on other business. Go ahead, Dean, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be very quick. I'm just going to share my screen really. Hopefully it works. I think it's that one. Did that appear okay? Oh, not yet. There
we got it.
There you go. Okay. So thanks for the moment of indulgence here. We were at council on April, sorry. Click. There we go. April 19th, and I hope that this is good news because there was some work done, and I think on the day when I think we're all reminded of how important inclusion is, this will end up being a good news story for council to finish their meeting. But on April 19th, we proposed a crosswalk, a pride crosswalk, and you remember the details, about $7,500 for methyl methacrylate paint. But I did note at the council meeting that in the intervening time between the committee meeting and the council meeting, we came to understand that the pride crosswalk was not fully inclusive of all of the communities who are represented with the LGBTQ2+S. And so Public Works actually, and I have to give them credit, dug in and worked very, very hard to try and find ways to provide a more inclusive outcome. So I'm just going to do a real quick background here. So most people don't understand or know what the pride flag actually is or what its origin was, but it actually was a bit of a collaboration of Harvey Milk and a guy named Gilbert Baker back in 1978. And you'll see here what the colors represent. And I do think if we're going to be putting a symbol in our community, it's probably a good idea to know what the symbol means and what it represents. So life, healing, sunlight, nature, harmony, serenity, and spirit were all part of the original pride flag design. But around 2018, another designer named Daniel Quasar, designed a flag that had a little bit more emphasis on inclusion and progression. So it has all of the elements of the original six color flag, but it recognizes marginalized people of color because there's an affinity between groups who are experiencing marginalization. And as well, it recognizes those living with the stigma associated with AIDS. And then quite importantly, and especially in Collingwood's circumstances, because there is a large trans community in our community, the trans flag was also incorporated into this design. And then just notably, the arrow pointing to the right represents forward movement. So this design is actually a lot more inclusive than the pride flag on its own. So the good news is Public Works did some really good research, came back with a new design that is actually done in thermoplastic. So because we can't do these colors in methyl methacrylate paint, it's not possible. Have to do it in thermoplastic, but the good news is that in addition to enhancing the design, it also increases the durability of the crosswalk. It is more expensive, but the Rainbow Club has stepped up and increased their donation to $5,000. And within operating funds of Public Works and PRC, we can absorb the additional, but we'll end up with a much more inclusive design. So I wanted to bring this to your attention. Again, we're not asking for additional money. This is found in operating funds, but just wanted to make sure that you were aware so that when you saw a new design come about, that you knew why and that you had a little bit of the background as to why it was important to make this change. And again, full credit to Public Works staff for being tenacious and coming up with a way. We had other quotes that were significantly higher and significantly more concerning. So need to make sure that they're recognized for that. So that's all I wanted to say. And hopefully that was a nice end to the long evening.
Thank you, Dean. Council, any comments or questions? Seeing none. Then I think, is there any other business, Council, before we leave that item? And thank you for that report, Dean. Seeing none, I think that brings us to our confirmatory bylaw. And the resolution reads that bylaw number 2021-36 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting of council Brown Bracket Cultural Awareness Training held May 19, 2021, and the regular meeting of council held May 31st, 2021, be enacted and passed this 31st day of May 2021. Can I get a move and a seconder, please? The deputy mayor is smiling too much. Did Montreal score again? Yeah, that's a sad ending. All right, then I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And we need a motion to adjourn. Jeffrey, thank you very much. All in favor? It's like I'm buying the beer, Keith. All right, everyone. Thanks very much. Good night.